What's happening, everybody? Another day, another you, another me. And on today's programming, what is going to be happening is, well, I asked what people wanted to investigate, and I believe they said Loki. And I said, man, that sounds boring. Let me do something else. We're going to do Poseidon. Yay! We're going to be doing Poseidon here. I might try Loki for the next one, but we're going to be continuing our little series of deep dives into the beyond. At the moment, the Poseidon win rate is at 65% above 1800%. 1800 level players, which is pretty crazy high, if you ask me. And I think there's going to be a lot of things to learn from this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through a whole bunch of Poseidon games today, following it up with at the very end, or ending with a cheeky little cast, which has got there's one game that somebody suggested to me to watch. It was very entertaining, so we're gonna try and squish all of this into one big long episode, and then we're gonna play some games afterwards. And yeah, so let's Kavoth's not carrying now. Kavoth, you're useless. I saw you losing to people all the time, so you're the reason it's only at 65%, not higher. I'm just kidding. Anyways, actually no, you're losing against Poseidon. That's why. Let me move that jumper because it's gonna annoy me. I'll be right back. Whoa! Alrighty. So, without further ado, and without any sort of we're doing things and all the other good stuff, what we're going to do is we're going to jump over onto this scene, and we're going to do an introduction for the YouTube audience, the VOD watchers over at the at YouTube, and hopefully this is going to do somewhat well for all of the good stuff. Now, I know that I'm streaming on YouTube as well at the moment, so this is a little bit of a this is a little bit odd, but it is what it is. I was like, give us Loki. I'm like, sorry. Poseidon seems a little bit more fun at the moment. Loki, I don't like. Obviously, we could go and watch through a whole bunch of soup games, but we've got a lot of people playing Poseidon at the top level. So there's a lot of different variety of players, and I'm going to show you off the variety that we've got here just before we jump in. So we've got Keto playing Poseidon, we've got Hagrid playing Poseidon, we've got Mosca playing Poseidon, we've got Kavoth playing Poseidon, Mosca as well, Avely. So yeah, obviously a whole bunch of Mosca in here. So there's a lot of stuff, and I'm excited. I'm excited to watch a whole bunch of these games as well. So yeah, unfortunately, there's no John Arbiter games to watch, as I don't think he's played on this patch, so we can't watch him even if we wanted to. So what we're gonna do is start the series off with a bang, and let's go. Yeah, you should all just ignore the wig, whatever it is. He played? Did he? Did John play? Did he run into a Gaia? Did he just resign instantly versus Gaia Oranos? Dude, he left. Fucking hell. Poor John. God, John Arbiter. The game's hard, man. That's the thing. Like, I think if you can't take losing, then playing a competitive RTS game isn't for you. You have to be able to take losses. It's very, very tough. All right, let's get this show on the road. Alrighty, let's take a look into a little bit of Poseidon. So we did this one already with Set. I know that everyone said Loki was the one you wanted to see next. I heard you. However, I saw an opportunity to do Poseidon, and it interested me. And unfortunately, what I care about more matters in terms of what interests me. So we will be doing Loki. Loki will be the next one we're going to be doing. But we're going to jump in and do a Poseidon one first. So effectively, I've got a whole bunch of 1800 plus games to go through. And at the end of this, if I'm still feeling like I need more 1800 games, we might go download some more. But we might check down at the 1500 level and then down to the 1200 level and just see what players are doing and where their mistakes are and try and help you guys out as much as we possibly can. So this is a lot of fun the first time I did it. So I want to jump in here and see what's going on. So we are going to be watching all of the best Poseidon players. We've got Mosca, we've got Kavoth, we've got Hagrid, we've got Avely. We've got Keto, I believe, in here as well. So there's a lot of really, really strong players that are going to be showing off some Poseidon. Let me go ahead and change this. First things first, we're going to be taking a quick look at the build orders and seeing what people are actually going for. Every single game here might be different because I do think that the Greek build order is the most flexible, but we'll see what sort of options are going to be here. As you can see that Mosca goes 3 villages onto food and then immediately jumps over onto this storehouse. And then he's going to drop a house, and then he's going to get himself a storehouse here. So he's ready to start making his building wall in his main base, popping off from the tree here. Effectively, you just want to, I feel like you just want to be finding ways to block off your base. He's then going to chuck a whole bunch of villagers onto food. And the easiest way to kind of memorize these sort of builds is just to give yourself little templates. So the first template was 3-2-2, and then the next template was up to 7. And now he's going over to wood. So you guys got to remember 3-2-2 and then 7. And then you can start working out where to next. Is Mosca, I think he's just adjusting his build here pretty crazily. Thank you so much for the $2 there, Alex. Christy, I appreciate you, my friend. How you going? Thanks for coming and saying hi, and the support means a lot. All right. So wait, let's flip this around. So while Mosca is advancing, I wanted to make quick note of what he's done with this Katoskopos. I think this is really important. While he's advancing, he's making sure to run this Katoskopos through his opponent's base. So he knows exactly where to send a unit. So he knows he can attack here. He knows he can attack here. He knows that because he's got Aurochs, there's not going to be a whole lot of opportunity to attack the food. So there's only really one position here. Now, this could also mean that Izumato should know that he can just leave some heroes here and he should be completely fine. But it's definitely something to go and attack just in case your opponent makes an error. So he also grabs himself just a little bit of favor. Goes up to 4 favor before coming over onto gold and wood. And it looks like he's going to be going for a town center here as he moves off. So this is a really, really nice, quick, fast second town center build. You can go back and watch again to sort of jot down all the little things that goes on. But this is going to be nice. He's going to come over here, grab this, and be perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the Centaur actually not going to raid here. So I think this is a decision based on the fact that he's playing against Shenong, who's got access to the Yatsa and also access to the Pioneers. So keep that one in the back of your mind there. Alex Christie with another donation. My dude, thank you so much. Mwah. You're an absolute legend. I love you. I love you so much. Okay, so now we take a look at where to go next. So at the moment, something that I find a little bit strange here is that Mosca has left 4 villages on wood, 3 villages on gold, and only 4 villages on wood, on food here. Now he does have himself 138 food in the bank, but this is not going to be enough to continue villager production if he gets harassed anywhere. However, as he's going to get harassed a little bit over here. Is he going for another town center? This is absolutely wild. I think he is. He's taking a lot of damage here. He does almost lose a villager, if not already losing a villager. But this is obviously not good for him as he's out onto this position now. And it looks to me like he is actually going for a 3rd town center here. As the Yatsa come back around, losing more villagers. Kind of not caring about it, I guess. It's not ideal. Gets himself out of his Atalanta. And he is indeed going for a 3rd town center. So this is absolutely wild in terms of like peak amounts of greed. But potentially the idea here is that because you're playing against Shenong, you know that Shenong's only real options for raiding come from the Yatsa. And as Poseidon, you've got access to Atalanta. So you can actually deal with these raids better than the other Greek gods. And following this up, Shenong generally won't go into cavalry, generally. They can. He can. They're not terrible, but they don't have that faster upgrade that comes with a Gormang, which is the god path that has forest protection, right? Or the Tawu. So you can't get the speedy cav. So it's a little bit less efficient to be running around raiding with those. And when you've also already got the Yatza, which are also really, really good at doing this, but not against Poseidon. So I guess this makes some sense in that regard. They're going for a fast 3-town center, not really going to be under any crazy pressure from the raids. However, there are some pretty brutal timings that you can get hit on. And I guess the final thing is, if your opponent scouts this out, what is the reaction here? A lot of the times your reaction can just be to go for 3 town centers yourself. However, Aizamoto doesn't even have 1 town center. So Mosca is playing literally peak greed. And I think had Aizamoto just gone for a big attack here off of 1 town center, he might have gotten punished. But doesn't end up happening. I don't actually know. Maybe he'd be able to hold as the Deuterino is going everywhere. And military buildings coming up. And now we're going to start seeing, as he's also going... It's a 3 TC fast heroic against technically speaking a 1 town center fast heroic. That's like wow. I mean, he's dropped the 2nd town center now, but I mean, okay. I would never do this. All right, fantastic. We got some archery rangers coming up, and we'll see what sort of a unit composition he's going for. He's just getting all of his upgrades in first and foremost. Villager distribution is kind of a little bit all over the place. Not really any significant settings here. It's kind of just going for more equal than anything else. I can imagine that's probably a goal. As he sees the army comp that his opponent's building, and he's going to say, all right, time to make some Toxotes and some Hippias. So Toxotes do deal with these halberdiers quite nicely because they've only got 5% pierce armor. And a ceasefire to come in to bide some time. And that does allow the Fey Beast to get dropped down somewhere and cause some problems. There's more upgrades coming through. And Aizamoto's push here, because of that town center, is just quite slow. Alright, so pushes out onto this position to take somewhat of a fight because he's about to lose his town center. I don't think he can actually win this fight. I think maybe he should have just sacked the town center and got the militia in. And that's what's going to happen, but he's going to lose a couple of those as he's retreating back. And now villagers to come down. So how do you defend this is the big question, because this is where a lot of people would go wrong in this sort of a position. You get yourself cut off in the half. Up onto the top, there's villagers here. There's a town center here. There's villagers here. There is a 20-ish villager advantage for Mosca at the moment, but he hasn't converted that into sort of military advantage yet. So there's some difficulties to come forward here. So what Aizamoto could do is he could go up to the top, but the way that Mosca plays this is he's trying to just poke and force a fight to some degree. Drops bronze against the lightning weapons, and he does actually manage here to break through this army. So somewhat of a lesson learned here on the defensive play is when going for 3 town centers, I think the attack early was probably a bit of a mistake. He could have waited on that and just sack the town center, run villagers left, run villagers right. And he would have given himself enough time here to get himself up to that full pot for a bronze and then push out. Even though he's going to lose this town center, it's kind of fine. But regardless, you see the plan here against this Shenong was just, let's just try and boom. So that's really interesting. I'm hoping we see something else kind of similar to that and see what the other sort of options are. Because I feel like if Aizamoto scouts this, or if the Shenong scouts this and goes into their own 3 town center idea, or some very, very specific 1 town center push, specifically with this god here, Drought, I feel like this could be very, very dangerous. And obviously there is the ceasefire, but ceasefire, that's only half a drought. So you're still going to lose the buildings and everything else afterwards. But anyways, that's game 1. Let's jump into game 2 and see if there's any sort of patterns that start emerging here. Obviously, every matchup is going to be different. We're going to be watching now a Poseidon versus Hades game. This is, if you've got any questions in the chat, feel free to drop them in there. By the way, I'll try and answer when I can. So Mosca at the top here. This matchup here, Poseidon versus Hades on air, a very, very interesting one. And Super Saiyan is quite good in this matchup from my experience. However, Mosca, he's got probably the best booming Poseidon out there. So I'm very interested in how these things are going to go. And he's still going with this build order of 2 to wood. So 3 food, 2 wood, and then over to gold, regardless of the map spawn, because he drops the lure down. Is he also getting pickaxe here? He also grabs pickaxe right away. So this is why he's doing this. I think I might have missed this in the last one. And then he drops his house, and then he's going to go for the mining camp. Makes a lot of sense. I like it. Normally when I complain about the lure, early lure, it's because nobody does anything with it. They go, oh, we drop an early lure and then we advance it 4 minutes. And I go, why? Why not get pickaxe at the very least there, right? It's because you're saving all the wood and everything else. But nonetheless, let's fast forward through this and see if this is going to be the same. So he went 7 onto food in the last game. And we'll see if he's going to change things up here on his build order. So 5 to food, 6. He only goes 6 here at the moment. So I don't know if this is just random or he's kind of not sure exactly what he wants to do. That's okay. But straight over onto wood does indicate he wants to go for a town center nice and quick to some degree. Still 6 on food. And it's going to be 1 more villager, I think. Yeah. And then he goes for like a slightly late advance time, but totally fine. And let's have another look at what the scouting is looking like as well. Actually, let's flip this here. So he's getting chased around by Super Saiyan, but nonetheless, let's speed along and see if he does the same sort of move. He's going up through Hermes against Hades as well, sending the centaur into your opponent's base. You can't get a whole lot done with it because of sentinels, but you do want sentinels to get pushed out. So it probably doesn't matter where you send the centaur, as long as you send it straight into your opponent's base, don't lose it, and you're probably good there. But nonetheless, all these villagers onto gold, easily going to come over and drop the town center. And this will let Super Saiyan go for his own second town center straight away, if he's aware. And okay, so town center and the centaur is off to the races, and the Katoska boss comes through to scout where to look for first. He sees the gold mine, he sees the wood, the food here, and there's a wood line over here as well that he's going to note. So he knows that he's on the wrong side, but then again, like I said, I don't think it matters. He just wants to get some pressure on here. Now he spotted both the town centers, somewhat luckily there as well, but Super Saiyan is already on that spot. As the centaur searching in, roams around the side, no villagers here. He sees them in the main base. And there's the Ajax now as the centaur has to pull back. So he's not going to be able to get that sentinels in, but he gets his own town center up. Let's have a quick look at exactly how much faster. The town center was basically at the same time here. So all up, if we take a pause and stock take of the differences here between both of these players, just to see exactly what's going on. We've got both of these town centers roughly at the same time. There's a slight advantage for Moscow. I don't know why. Moscow's town center here is just about finished. And this town center here has got a little bit. So so Super Saiyan is a tiny bit far behind on actual villager count. Tiny bit. Like in the differential of probably like 2 to 4 resources, 2 to 5 resources every villager, right? So not a big amount. However, he does have himself Volts of Erebus. So that's a pretty big advantage here for Super Saiyan, because that's an extra 2 villagers going at the thing. Okay. Up onto the top. So what's next? Does he get himself all his upgrades? Whoop. Does he have... can we get rid of this, please? He doesn't get hand axe. He does get some stables down, ready to start looking for raids. Now, this is interesting to me, because what has he looked at? What has he spotted that makes him want to build cavalry here? So over onto this position, unfortunately, those elephant will be both on the town center. So there's no way that Super Saiyan is going to be hunting them out here. It's not really a raidable spot. In the main base, there's a gold mine to raid. There's a wood line to raid. But that's about it. Now he's going to be denying some wall stuff. And I think, as we're also seeing Spirited Charge coming through super early, I think the idea here is mostly just to look for outplay. I don't think that this is something that is going to work just based on spamming and sitting back. You have to kind of catch your opponent out here. So let's look and see exactly how Mosca is going to look for raids in this position. He's got also 11 on gold. Is he putting more onto gold at the moment? Yeah, he's flooding gold and flooding food. from both of these ones. So a bit of a differential of about 4 villages between the two to keep the villager production, where you need about 6 to 7 villagers on food plus the rest for the stables. And this sort of seems to be working for him at the moment. So let's see if he's going to change that up at any point. He's going to break through the walls over here. Zom does come down. Not exactly sure where the Zom comes down, but I'm sure he's going to know sooner or later. As breaking down the walls. Actually, you know what? One thing that this does do is this threatens some sort of a defense against an underworld fortress. Some sort of a threat against the underworld fortress. Now, if you've got a whole bunch of cavalry out at like by 9 minutes when the heroic age might come through, then you're going to be good. As Mosca charges through. Now, he does also have this tech. Let's keep in mind he's got this tech in. Both techs in. He's got the Lord of Horses and Spirited Charge. So he's okay to push forward, take a little bit of damage, and he's going to heal back up slowly. As long as he doesn't lose any cav here, it's totally fine. But just little bits of idle time is what he's going to be going for, as we do see the watchtowers coming in. A couple of units sitting on the back. And hoplites at this point have been somewhat forced. Now, Der Super Saiyajin here might as well go for crenellations immediately as well. I imagine that's going to be his plan. Get out a couple of hoplites just for defense, and then also get himself a couple of and get himself the crenellations, and he should be fine. Farms coming up onto this side as well, being forced out by these hippies. So this is an interesting point here that Mosca gains from building these hippias. This is something that you might not notice playing a game, but this is something that puts Der Super Saiyajin behind Mosca. So Mosca here, well, at the very least equal. So let's count the farms and just see exactly what's going on here. So 9 farms go down at 75 wood apiece. Not to mention they're also gathering slower, and you also have to get plow. Obviously, you have to do that on the other side at some point. But for the moment right now, 11 cavalry plus all the upgrades is obviously a lot more of a spend than what Der Super Saiyajin's done. But because these farms are forced, there's going to be more that Mosca can do, I think. So this is starting to make some sense to me, just on the fact that, you know, these things are starting to come through regardless. So now Mosca is going to be looking up here. You can hit the wood villages here. Pretty poor building placement from Der Super Saiyajin. He probably should have been locking off this bottom position, locking off this top position as well already. But nonetheless, and this does cause some idle time over here. But nonetheless, I don't think there's a whole lot that's out in the open. Over here, some walls wouldn't go astray. House walls as well, kind of nonchalantly getting placed down is allowing these hippies to get a little bit more value than they otherwise probably should. And do we see Cren? Still no crenellations in, is a bit of a surprise. He doesn't quite have the resources for it, but I'm sure he's got all these hoplites out. Anyways, let's speed through and see what the next plan is, because I mean, picking off a villager here or there is obviously very, very important to get some sort of an advantage, but there's been such a huge spend on hippias, which technically do get counted by the hoplites. So I guess we'll see how that's all going to go. There's the villagers sniping little bits of things here. Hoplites up to the top. Push back. There's that crenellations we were talking about. A little bit late, but Dionysus does end up coming in first. And I think you can see this here. This is what this pressure has done. 1,600 wood in the bank. Instead of having 800 food, 500 gold. It's not like Der Super Saiyajin has really produced that many more military units. He does have, I don't know, 600 rests more spent there in terms of military, but you also have to remember there's this tech that's being grabbed, which is 75 rests. There's this tech, which is 125 rests, plus the 20 favor, plus the 5 favor. So these aren't cheap techs, so it's probably relatively close, unless he's got some himself. No, he doesn't. He's just got medium. So it's about equal on those upgrades. It's just the unique techs coming through. Nonetheless, a little bit of a fight here. This one does go in favor of Mosca, and this is sort of what he's looking for, these little mini fights, breaking walls down and continuing to put pressure in. And now we see an immediate transition here from Mosca away from the Hippias into Hypaspis. Now, this is somewhat hidden. He's also going 3 town center here as well. So he gets to the heroic age for Hypaspis. And then once he has the Hypaspis in, he goes, okay, now I can grab a town center, a third town center, and keep my boom going to some degree. So he wants to find that advantage. And because he's got all of this map control, because he's forced so many resources out from Der Super Saiyan, he's able to get this without any fear. The one fear that would happen is if you don't have map control, if you haven't been asserting pressure, then your opponent probably is going to be heroic age quite close to you, probably is going to be able to drop a fortress, and probably going to be able to pressure this town center down before you can even have a chance to defend it. So this is making a boatload of sense. And behind all of this, Mosca's also getting himself his upgrades straight away. Bowsaw, Shaft Mine, those upgrades very important. Still hasn't thrown up, well, he's now throwing up his farms, but I was about to say hasn't thrown up a single farm. There's still some rhinos on the back as the Hippias charging around here, sort of getting caught out a little bit onto the front, putting pressure on as well. As I imagine Mosca can just, well, he's going to take the villager out and then try and escape. Maybe he can kill the wall off as well if he wants. But he does have the speed. Takes a little bit of damage. This is interesting. You can kind of just snipe and run, and then these hoplites are just sort of chasing. And I think a lot of that is just because this back spot here on this map, which I think a lot of people forget about on air. A lot of people think that air is very, very defensive, and I do as well, but this is obviously looking like you can get a lot of action just by using this back space here. So you've got to be careful as the defender to make sure that's locked off. Okay, let's speed up and see what to next. Because I think Mosca has gained himself a significant advantage here, and he's just going to have to squeeze to find some sort of an some sort of a win here. He's got the Hypaspis, he's got the Hippias. That being said, the hoplites do have Sarissa and stuff, so that's going to be an advantage for the Super Saiyan. He's also got the Aphrodite coming through. Bronze gets dropped. There is restoration here, as that'll get thrown into the mix as the town center is going to go down, and Mosca looks like he's found enough damage here. There's nothing really going on his side of the map either. Military difference is still quite close. There is going to be a curse. Yeah, there's the curse, gets dropped down. That's going to kill off all the Hypaspis, so this will force Mosca back for a second here, but the damage is already done. Killing this town center with all these farms is just gigantic. And not only that, it's also managing to get Hephaestus. I mean, you can see, I think that this game tells me two things. One, while I don't think the Hippias got a substantial amount of damage, the damage that they did get, namely A, forcing farms, and B, forcing miss macro, was the big one. So I would be interested if maybe, and Der Super Saiyan is a strong player. I think he's top 100 at the moment. But it would be interesting to see how this would go, trying this against a sort of top 10 player. It's Mosca as a top 10 player himself, especially with Poseidon. So it would be interesting to see if this would be as one-sided of an affair. But at this point, the fact that Hephaestus is already in, the upgrades are going to come through, the town center fell. At this moment, yeah, you just squeeze, get your upgrades, and the game is done. It's very, very difficult to find a comeback when you've fallen that far behind on all the timings and everything. Okay. Upgrades are not factored into military costs. No, upgrades are not factored into military costs. So you do have to sort of add those on top when trying to work out where someone is in a game, what sort of a position someone's in a game. Okay, so that one's really interesting. I'm going to have to try that sort of an idea out myself. I don't think I've tried it. Oftentimes I find it very difficult to get the 2TC into Hippias straight away cleanly, but Mosca did it super clean. Like, take a look at the military production here, and you can see at around 6 minutes, he's already starting to get these Hippias going. And by 7 minutes and 30 seconds, he's on 2TC with 1,480 military resources, which is a lot. Plus, he's got those upgrades in as well. So that's something to work on. So go back and watch the rec and check the where the economy goes if you want to try this strat out. I think it's going to work in a lot of different matchups for sure. Let's keep going as we drop down to the next one, which is going to be Mosca versus Kavoth. So we're doing a lot of Mosca games here to kick it off. There is going to be a variety of players. All right, you missed. Can you repeat it? You gotta have to go and watch the VOD. All right, onwards and upwards. So again, Mosca opening with this. I'm going to have to steal this build. It looks amazing. Does he go pickaxe? He goes pickaxe as well. I absolutely love it. It just seems to work so cleanly for him. So 3, 2, 2. 3, 2 onto wood, 2 onto gold, and then 7 onto food, right? 6 onto food, excuse me. 6 onto food. Then the temple, then over onto wood, then over onto gold. And it just gives him the resources he needs for a very, very clean, fast second town center. Now playing against Kavoth here. This is Nuwa. So yet again, does not send the centaur forward here against China. This is something that I think is very, very stock standard for Moscow. And I think you're just going to have to take a think about it as to why. So let's go through this now and maybe come up with some sort of theory crafting as to why a centaur goes forward and when. So against the Chinese here, he's got access to pioneers. He's got access to centaur killing myth units in the Yatsa. Nuwa doesn't. So I think that Mosca is scared of this god power, Earthwall. If he sends his centaur forward, Earthwall sticks the centaur inside of his main base, and then he's going to lose it, right? So he probably doesn't want to go after that. If we come after the Greeks, probably don't want to send it forward against the Poseidon because of the Atalanta, maybe. It's 5.5 speed for the Poseidon. Against the Hades, we saw him send it forward. Against Zeus, I imagine. Maybe he doesn't want to send it forward against the Egyptians because the priest and pharaoh were there. But I guess maybe he does because they're very slow. He can outplay that. Definitely want to send it forward against the Norse because they can't do anything. Maybe don't want to send it forward against the Caladria because they can make a hero pacify and then get the centaur killed, but there's still some room to outplay there. So maybe against the Atlanteans you do. So it might just be against China and against Poseidon that he doesn't send them forward. So that's going to be something to keep a little look-see for a little bit later. Anyways, town center coming up for both players. And one thing to note here is that Mosca goes for the back town center here. And is he going to drop stables down straight away? Nope. He goes for the fast 3 TC. All right. Ask yourself, why are 3 TC here against what Kavoth's doing? Take a look at the map. All of a sudden you go, I have to break down the earth wall, which is very, very tough to break down. If I open up one little segment here, he can just wall it back up immediately. So I have to break down the entirety of the wall to get in. And all this hunt is on this spot. This gold mine here is potentially raidable. But, I mean, let's be completely honest. This is going to get protected very quickly with a wall here and a military building here as well. So there's really not a whole lot of stuff for him to do here. So he decides, okay, we go 3 TC. Now, the question here is, will Kavoth notice this or not? Now, this is obviously 2 incredibly high-level players, so we'll see what goes on. One stable coming up after the town center. Is he going to make units, or is he going to go straight to the heroic age? We are actually seeing a couple of halberdier already coming out for Kavoth. I'm noticing that over there, but is that spotted? I don't think it's spotted in the slightest here. The Katoskopos trying to find things. One thing that Mosca is missing here, which is a little bit interesting, is this tech. He didn't grab this one. This is big with Hermes. It gives you a lot of information over the enemy. I'm a bit surprised that one doesn't come in. How you going, Matteo? As the Theseus coming over, going to slap the Cheongchi, and that's going to be a nice defense there. A little bit unfortunate. The Cheongchi is really, really good against Greek, if you're paying attention to where the enemy heroes are. And if you get 2 out, you fly 1 in, kind of spot where the heroes are, and then you just fly the other one onto the other side. And it's very, very tough to defend multiple different positions against 2 Cheongchi. But that's obviously not something Kavoth's going for. But he does spot the town center. Does he know? Actually, let's have a quick look. Does Kavoth know? Yeah, he does. He knows he's up against 3 TC, and he decides to get his own town center in, which does put him slightly behind on timing because Mosca rushed this up, and Kavoth going Golmank. So Kavoth is kind of in the seat of needs to make something happen here to keep himself in like a competitive position, so to speak. So let's move forward. We've got the Dionysus and Golmank. So yeah, completely standard Poseidon God path here. There's no like super strong halberdier with no Chio from Kavoth, but the halberdier is still good. So you do have to be somewhat careful. Now, on top of that, you've also got White Horse Cavalry to worry about, and then also Tiger Cavalry to worry about. So you will have to go into some other units most of the time, I think, as the raids to come in. But Poseidon with Spirited Charge. Does he have Spirited Charge at the moment? Yeah, with Spirited Charge Prodromus, these raids will not do a whole lot. Now, Kavoth says, okay, we're going to put a ballet down and start sieging this down. But this is again, let's pause. This is again a kind of similar situation to what Moscow was in before. The only difference is that against the Shenong player, right? The only difference is now that Kavoth is 3 TC and this timing is hitting maybe a little bit later than when the Shenong hit. So he is in a decent spot, but villager differential is kind of equal. So can he really sack the town center? Answer is kind of no. So he's a little bit late on that fortress. So maybe he needs to grab that a bit quicker if he spots the town center going up. Could be a thing to do, but we'll see how he's going to go. If he can actually defend this, or if this is going to be one of those games where things go south for the Poseidon. Okay, Petropolis popping out. Units getting taken down. Lots of militia coming over to Moscow, which is a huge... Just to give a little bit of... Oh, he goes and attacks this town. So I love that. He says, I can't defend this. So instead of worrying about it, he's going to sack this spot and then make sure that he kills his opponent so that even though he's falling behind, his opponent's also falling behind. Really, really smart there. He probably could have even skipped on the fortress and ran the villagers back away from this. I love that play from Moscow. Now there is a bit of a defense here, but is he going to be able to kill the town center? Bronze? Can he? It looks like he's going to just sit here. He kills them all off and he's going to keep on piling into this spot. Absolutely love what's going on there. Because the other thing is he's also managing to push through this left side while that's going on. So I'm super wrong. Don't forgo the fort. Maybe if you forgo the fortress, you wouldn't lose this army very easily. I don't know. But the fortress allows him to push back here while the units come up to this to defend. And he's going to be able to get his town center back up immediately. Not only that, villagers going down while this is all going on. He's raiding everywhere. So if you're like 2 versus 3 TC, for example, like in this situation, so long as you're putting raids on, it's not as far behind as, say, 1 town center versus 2 town center. Like the ratio is a little bit different, so to speak. Anyways, it looks like Kavoth's town center will eventually fall. No, it won't fall. He's not going to kill it off. Kavoth's repair rate is too strong. Nice little micro with the Hippias, but they're all going to die and the town center survives. But, I mean, damage is just done. So it's like 100 villagers versus 80 villagers here. So he does lose a huge amount of military. At the moment, he is mass cav only. Double armory coming up, and Hephaestus is the next option here. And the Petropolis now out means he can break through these ballet. And in fact, Kavoth just says the game is done there. That's wild. I mean, the units flood back over here. It looks like he's just economically, he's just screwed. That's so wild. Okay. Okay, this is really, really interesting. So if let's use this as just like a general learning experience or learning lesson. If someone's going to set up on your town center like this, and then they're going to put up a bunch of buildings here, that does mean that the rest of their base is open for damage. And town centers aren't that strong. Now, one thing here maybe Kavoth is going to start doing, if he's going to go for this, is look at all the wood in the bank. He probably can throw up buildings around this town center and make this impossible to go down. Main town center probably going to be impossible to go down as well. And he might be able to shut that down. But there's probably also room to run into the main base with all of those heavy Hippias. Get damage done there as well. But this is like a really, really cool idea. So if you guys ever find yourself in this situation where you've got units and your opponent is sieging you down, just say goodbye to your town center and go kill theirs. But yeah, fast 3 town center against this new earth wall thing. Definitely something to keep in the back of your mind and try out. Anyways, let's continue along the shenanigans here. We got 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we got Moscow versus Kavoth yet again, and this one's versus Isis. Now, this next one here is one of those matchups. So every one of the top players says at the moment that Isis is. Let me slow this down. That Isis is one of. We got a little bit of a differential of the build order. Isis is one of the best gods right now, if not the best god. However, inside of Isis, there's a lot of really, really good matchups, but there's some that aren't so good. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's favoring the other god, but there are some difficulties to have to deal with. And this is one of them. Poseidon versus Isis is definitely a matchup that there are some difficulties here for Isis. I don't think Isis can kind of just do whatever she wants and find wins, like a bunch of other matchups. You have to play a little bit more specifically, I think. As in this case, we are noticing one thing from Moscow is he is not going for his early pickaxe. He is not going for his early pickaxe. So temple up. Villagers popping over here onto everything. And it's a very, very fast advance time. Now, he hasn't sent he's now going into the main base. So it's a very, very stock standard here for Moscow, as just before he clicks up, just before he heads there, he's going to check out that main base and just see where to go. And Kavoth is setting up good little defensive situations here. As the center to come forward. And he's not... Oh, he's going to get a little bit of damage onto the gold mine, but really not going to be able to do a whole lot too much. One thing annoying there, I just want to point out, one thing annoying that Moscow could have done here is this boar not being killed is a pretty big mistake from Kavoth. If you snipe this boar and just drag it out here and kill it, especially with the Atalanta tanking, then all of a sudden that's not going to be able to get grabbed. And if you take a look at the food situation for Kavoth here, he's only got 400 food left under his town center, and that could be enough for you to find a pretty significant advantage. But behind this early game pressure, we will be seeing a town center. So still very, very standard here for Moscow. He loves his fast second town center, and he does have a lot of success with it. But Kavoth is going to notice that. Oh. I don't know if he noticed it or not. I don't know. Anyways, he's going to have some sort of an inkling that a town center is coming his way. A Nubite is out. It's 2 monuments. It's going to be a barracks. And Kavoth here, he goes for his own second town center, but he knows he needs a couple of units out as well to deal with it. As, I mean, this is a usage of serpents, I guess. One thing that Moscow's missing here is the Atalanta, as that comes back. Holding what? Doesn't really matter. Okay, and then it just has to defend against the Anubite shenanigans here. Okay, so now it's double military academy here. This is super different. Obviously, he's expecting spearmen as the villagers to come over here. The scout going to notice that that's going to be the town center. So it is, while there has been just a little bit of economic damage that Moscow sustained, he comes out with a pretty significant advantage here. So what he needs to do is defend against these 2 Anubites, because this is the sort of investment that Kavoth's made before going for the town center. So if Moscow can kill off these Anubites, he will be very much fine here to move forward. But he has to sort of split his units up. I'd leave the Theseus up here and the Atalanta in my main base here personally, if I was playing against this. And then maybe leave the Centaur up with my Theseus so we can get some extra damage done. But nonetheless, pushes forward, sees the units. A couple of hoplites are coming out for the time being. Hoplites aren't terrible versus spearmen, but the spearman mass is always you're always gonna be able to outmass. And now some villagers getting picked off as the chaos to ensue. It's a very, very difficult base here for Mosca to defend. He wants to eat these berries. He wants to defend this position here with houses. He wants to somehow pick off these garden Anubites, but it's going to be very challenging. He's got the centaur, hoplite, and composition here. So this is actually something that I was having a conversation with someone the other day about, in that a Greek player went this against the player, and they said, yeah, I went Spearman Anubites, but hoplite centaur just counters it. So you can't realistically go into Axeman here, can you? But what you can do as the Isis is you can kind of get to the heroic cage and then transition into chariot archers, which could be something you want to do anyway. So if you notice that this is coming, you would take your foot off the pedal of Spearman, wall up, get onto this hunt, for example, and get to the next stage. But it's looking at the moment like the control from Kavoth, looking very nice, loses his hero, and he's able to continue ever so slightly here. But this is a really, really interesting idea. Definitely something to try if you're going up against this Anubis shenanigans. And I mean, if you can get any Anubite kills here, it's... it's very good, okay? We're continuing to put some pressure. All the priests out to heal up so that damage doesn't come in, but you still want to keep on... you want to keep them still, right? So keep on putting pressure. I should probably be looking at the resource distribution, but look at this. He's got nearly everyone on food. Let's pause. Nearly everyone on food, only 8 on gold and 10 on wood, 6 on favor. Obviously, the hoplite's very, very expensive here. Plus, he wants to get to the next age at the moment. Now, I'm not sure it's a good idea, but I think the reasoning for why Mosca keeps on putting pressure on is it keeps Kavoth preoccupied, or it keeps the Isis player preoccupied. So he's not going to be able to split up these Anubites and do some multi-raids. If he sends 2 over here, 2 over here, and 2 over here, then all of a sudden those heroes can't be in all of those positions and do good things there. Thank you for the subscription. Viper, hail to the Viper. I appreciate you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. As Mosca's still taking this fight, it does not look like it's going well for him. Turns out you can just spam Spearman into this and it's totally fine. But yeah, this is the spam difference, right? Like, there's just so many more units out for Kavoth, I guess. The Centaur upgrade coming in. And Kavoth has to pull back. And yeah, there's those raids coming in. Also, Spearman raids coming in. There's like been just too much chaos here. Normally, you would expect someone like Mosca to have his walls set up. He's very, very good at this. But when you're playing these chaotic games, it's very challenging to get them up. You can see Kavoth's only got 1 wall up himself here. Like he's totally open onto this back position as well. But he is positioning his army in a good spot, and he's got those obelisks there. One thing that I think maybe Mosca could have had is a Pegasus out with, yet again, this tech. I think this tech is super useful. Just to have eyes on everything. But we'll see if Mosca can somehow find his way back into this game. I think he might be lost here. But it is an interesting idea, and I can see that it could work if you play it a certain way. He's still trying to put pressure. I don't know if you can win by just constantly just charging into this, but we'll have to wait and see. Now the heroic age is in. That's going to be a locust. Ceasefire is available, but there's no way to heal up these units after the locust. And now it's heavy spearmen versus medium hoplites as well. I don't know who wins that fight. Mosca, this seems to be something he does a lot. I'm not sure I agree with it, but he loves this 3rd town center while going to the heroic age. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's just got floating so many resources he can't spend because he's at full pop. Could be the idea. But you are about to spend them all, I guess. As there's the locust comes down. Like I said, you can't heal these guys up, so it's just a huge amount of damage. Unless you have Temple of Healing, which obviously Poseidon doesn't have. And then he just loses everything afterwards. I think that might be the game there. Yeah. Okay. Well, we see a Poseidon loss here, but it's good to learn from this as well. I think that this hoplite centaur idea to deal with the spearmen and noobites does make sense, but maybe playing a little bit less aggressive with the hoplites and maybe more pokey with the centaurs is probably the way. So you're containing the movement of those spearmen and using the hoplites to kind of just sit back while you mass up, because there wasn't really a moment here where the military resource value was in favor of Mosca here. And he needs to get, like, maybe here was the closest one. Maybe he took a fight. He did take a fight and it didn't go so well. But yeah, if he can get to equal military, then he's probably going to find some advantage here. But definitely something to try out. It looks interesting. But more importantly, is probably the takeaway of how he went for that early pressure into the town center and then into these military academies. And I think this could possibly work against Norse as well. Center hoplite defense type idea. Anyways, let's go to the next one. Mosca's actually in chat. He says, I've had success against Set, but not against ISIS. I'm not sure why. It's probably because no Locust there. Like, I think if the Locust wasn't there, that fight that happened, you would have been okay on. Like, I mean, if he drops Ancestors, fine. If he goes Sekhmet, he doesn't have anything. I think it could just be that. Could just be that. I don't know. So definitely, yeah, okay, well, there you go. Use it against Set and see how you go. That could be an idea. All right, let's keep going. What's next? This one we're saving to the very end. Okay. Tiger Boss. And now we get to watch Kavoth playing some Poseidon here. So this is a Poseidon versus Kronos game. Both these guys are top level players. So good to learn about this. And Kavoth here is not doing any sort of special build order like Mosca. He does go for the wood as well. But yeah, no pickaxe. And yeah, this is one of those question mark ones where I'm like, why... I say this all the time, but why do this? I mean, he does go for a fast-ish advance time. But why do this if you're not going to go for the super fast advance time? Why not just build a granary? Is always my question. But some early automatons here. Kavoth's building placement are always superb. You can't get in onto this position unless she's coming from the back. Look, he's got everything on one spot, basically. All in the one screen. So this one Theseus is going to be really, really powerful. And then the automaton get pushed back into the main base, scouting, just seeing what's happening. And then it drops a stable down. So he sees the counter barracks, which means he goes... one thing that I think Kavoth is really good at, that I think is probably better than most people at, is the reaction game. So if your opponent does X, that allows us to do Y. If your opponent does, you know, and you can always sort of react to that very, very nicely, right? So he sees the counter barracks and he goes, okay, that allows me to build a stable. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Terma are coming. It could be Catapeltes. So it is a little bit of a guess here. But anyways, let's rush forward. Hits himself Eye of Horus, not the biggest of deals. Sort of just hunting for oracles at the start of the game here. Gets one. And just constantly searching and making sure no town centers are getting grabbed so he can react to it if need be. And he actually does go for the town center himself. So to some degree here, he confirms, as he sees the army, he confirms this is a one town center Kronos and decides, okay, it's Giza. I'll get my Rhino. I'll get my town center. And I don't have to be on gold for a little bit anyways. And we'll start to react to what's happening a little bit later. It's a little bit scary going up against the Automaton Kronos because you've got only 2 heroes. But there's also some Centaur to help out behind this, I think. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do. No, he's also got a back gold mine. So yeah, this is one of those ridiculously good defensive maps. So maybe Tiger Boss making a misread on the map with this strat. But it will be interesting to see maybe if it was a forward gold mine, if things would have been a problem here for Kavoth or not. It might not be. We'll see. One Centaur getting sniped down by Tiger Boss as the Rhino gets taken out. And now he's charging in to take out the town center. I like this little move here from Kavoth. This is something I've started doing as well myself, is any melee units that are going to be defending against a town center. Say, for example, like if siege towers coming or portable rams coming, you just sort of sit behind your town center. He's very far behind his town center, but you sort of sit behind your town center and you garrison in any melee units such that whenever the melee units that are going to be hitting your town center hit, that's when you pop out and that's when you kill them. That way you're not taking any damage while you're waiting for them to come in. Yeah, if Kavoth's put the first lure, this lure on his second town center, he wouldn't have to be on this wood here. But I don't think it's that biggest of deals because he's got back zebra as well. So he gets away with it, but... Well, doesn't get away with it, but it would be an option. So this is really scary here. He is on this back gold mine, so at the moment this would be down to... If this wasn't here, it'd be down to about 600-ish. So let's sort of figure out... Would he be able to get onto a second gold mine here? I don't know if he would. I think this might be map-specific decision-making here from Kavoth through and through. Random watchtower to come in. Okay, at this point, the gold mine would be gone, right? So he would have no more gold left. So this is probably the army, roughly, that he could make. But at this point, where the units are, he just snipes everything down and has to resign. So maybe he would be fine to push out here. What's the resources looking like? There's a fair amount in the bank. He wouldn't have to be this aggressive, I guess. He wouldn't be in this position if the gold mine wasn't on the back. But potentially just if he was pushing around onto the back here and trying to knock onto this gold mine would have been a little bit safer. And time-shifting buildings over here to make an attack through would have been an idea. But yeah, really clean defense. So against these automatons, just goes Hippias, Centaur, heroes, and makes a nice defense work. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see what else we can learn. We're up to another Mosca game. Let's see if he does something similar. So this one here is... Oh, it's on Anatolia. Do we want to watch an Anatolia game? Let's skip over the Anatolia one. I know a lot of players don't really care. But it's definitely worthwhile to have a little look-see and learn Anatolia from time to time. Okay, let's do this one. This one's always interesting. So this is versus Frey. Now, Frey is incredibly good, I think, in this matchup. I think this is one of Poseidon's more difficult matchups most of the time. Maybe I'm wrong on it, but that's my take. But there is a couple of things that you have as Poseidon. You have Ares, which can help to break through any sort of hill fort shenanigans. You've also got Ceasefire, if you want to go that route, to defend against either flaming weapons or Tempest. So there are some things you can do to make your life a little bit easier. But let's zoom through this. It's a similar-ish build order for Kavoth. He's going for what he knows, I think. And it will be Hermes. So no shenanigans here, I don't think. Okay, and then it's just immediate pressure. And he gets a villager kill. Loses half of the HP of the Centaur, though, for it. So it's not the end of the world there for Bachi, but he can't really get damage done because he's not in the next stage. And then just motoring in with more pressure. Is he going for a town center straight away? Okay, so he goes over here and he says, time for second town center and play. I think that this is another one of those situations where if Kavoth had gone for a granary first into the second town center and lured here, then it doesn't matter that this town center is sort of average. He does have Aurochs over here that he can drag back underneath the town center, kind of. There's a gold mine here, easily wallable gold mine as well. But yeah, I'm going to keep on harping on the lure on the second Townsend thing because I think that really, really helps Poseidon quite a lot in terms of consistency. Anyways, here, over onto this side. I guess the other thing here is that with Kavoth putting the early pressure on, does give himself just a little bit of leeway here. Again, another thing that both Kavoth and Mosca are ignoring, and I don't know if this is just on purpose or for what reason, but this tech here is just, I feel like it's just so cheap and so good that there's not really any point in not grabbing it. 70 resources for respawning Pegasus for basically map hacks. Nonetheless, okay, so let's actually ask this question as well. What has Kavoth noticed here that is making him want to build some stables and starting to put some pressure on? Over here, he sees berries, he sees hunt, he sees a gold mine. There are forward chickens here, there are forward berries, so those are raidable, and all of that stuff. Now, there are a couple of herdmen. And is he trying to deny a town center here? The town center is already up, and he will notice that. And is there going to be some sort of reaction here? He's got a lot of food in the bank, a lot of gold. As he dives into the main base. Nothing for him to really attack, so he has to pull back. That's Guardian Fortress up onto this spot, but with the herdmen and the lack of units out, that has to just be let go. So I think after all is said and done here, Kavoth doesn't really get much from this early game. I think at this point, this would be, if you're playing this would be a situation that I think most players would end up in against Frey. Because you don't, like, he got a villager pick. That's not really much. He does have a fairly significant villager advantage, but as we know against Frey, it doesn't end up amounting to a huge amount because the half-price resources or half-price techs to come through. So that allows you to sort of stay competitive regardless of being a little bit behind. Gets a villager pick over here. I think Barchi has subjected himself to some difficulty here himself. He had perfectly reasonable food over here to keep on running to, but he wanted to come onto this forward deer. But yeah, losing villagers at this stage is a bit of a no-no for Barchi because he is behind. So he can't be doing that and expecting to have a good game. But looking for these raids and trying to find something to hit. Meanwhile, putting some pressure into the main base. Love that. I like the little attempt at just taking down little buildings here. If your opponent's not going to defend you, why not? So defend against you, why not? But then he pulls back, doesn't want to stay too long. In the main base, it's just straight to that heroic age. Still kind of mismacroed from Kavoth, so this could definitely be done better. Difficult, but better. So he could be in the heroic age just a little bit earlier if you want to be looking at exact timings. Whereas Barchi here, pretty good on the resources. He's just missing his armory, it looks like. So that's a big no-no as that's coming up. So he could have been in the heroic age probably at the same time that Kavoth is. And the earlier you get to the heroic age, the faster you're going to be able to start researching those upgrades, and then the less behind you're going to be when the attacks start coming through. Okay, let's keep going on. No walls up onto this spot. This could be blocking off everything that's happening with these cav. I gotta leave this open, don't I? I don't have the hotkeys for this. Hang on, let me get the hotkeys down so I can get rid of that. Spectator. Default speed is that. Control page up. Okay. And backspace. Is that right? Control page up and... Hello? Did I do that wrong? Wait, I can see here. Okay? Okay, so that works. Alright, okay. It's just going to be taking me to the scout. Alright. So just a little bit more raiding into the front here, but this is dangerous because Herdman can pop out of these longhouses and kill all these guys if Barchi is ready. Raiding with Herdman is not really something you do. You're probably more wanting to raid with Huskal, but that's not happening in this game. So let's just page up and see where the timings sort of kick in. Now, okay, so here's where Kavoth finds, I think, his biggest advantage. This is probably something quite small that you might not realize in a game as to like where your advantages come from. But if you get to Hephaestus nice and quick here with Poseidon and you've got a villager advantage, then all of a sudden the advantage that the Frey player has sort of dissipates because you're going to get all of your armory upgrades for much cheaper than the Frey player is able to get them. Plus, you also get the Plenty Vault as well. So if you can somehow manage to do that and get to the Mythic Age really quickly, then you might be able to find that advantage. But if the Frey player doesn't take too much damage here, they're going to be able to chase you down. They're going to have all their town centers. They're going to have all their stuff set up. And they're probably going to be able to defend against all the stuff you're going to throw at them. So I'm not sure if this would 100% work against the best of the best, but it is definitely a nice little game plan here from Kavoth. So it turns out I can only go to 1 speed higher. Can I go any? I can't go to. I can't hotkey to faster speed. What does this do? Control page up. Excuse me while I'm just trying to work out how to control this thing. What if I go control page up? Nope. Okay. Turns out we need this one anyways. Okay, so from here, the plan is like pretty simple. You're just going to get all your upgrades and then go to what unit composition? Does he just keep on going Cav? Surely not. He hasn't built a single military barracks here. I think if I'm Barchi here, I'm just like mass infantry completely. He's only 10 villages behind, so it's not enough of an advantage. Though with all the upgrades coming through, it will be maybe. Okay, well the Polyphemus is pretty good against Herdman. I think Barchi is getting a little bit ahead of himself. I don't think he needs to be quite this aggressive. Hetyroi! Does this make any sense? Surely ceasefire here, no? Okay, there's the ceasefire. Surely the Herdman. Okay, there's a ball coming. That's wild. How far behind on upgrades was he? I need to know. He's missing his bronze. He's missing his bronze weapons for whatever reason. Obviously, these are fully upgraded Hetyroi. He's got 17 and they absolutely just dominated. There you go. Game plan in hand. Rush for Hetyroi against a turtling Frey. Get the advantage with your raids and rush for Hetyroi. Now, I do think that there's some danger here with the Herdman having potentially going Bragi and then grabbing the upgrade. But a couple of useless throwing axemen in the mix as well. Definitely a strange composition that you have to deal with as Frey, but I think that surely mass Herdman it beats these, even with bronze. Maybe they don't, because bronze with 55% hack armor, 216 HP, against how much damage are these guys doing? 6.8 times 4. I need to know. 6.8 times 4, 27.2, and then you take off the 55%. Still a hefty amount of damage, but they're getting lifesteal as well from Dionysus. Well, good luck with this. Try it out as Poseidon against Frey and see what happens. That's all I can say. You might need to be going into some Hephaestus here, I think, some of the time. But I like the idea of getting to Hephaestus really quickly, because that sort of neuters or nullifies any of the huge advantages that Frey gets, I guess. I'm not sure. Anyways, let's keep going along as we load the replay of the next one. Boom, ba-da-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, ba-bum, bum. Okay, back to Mosca here, as we've got another Poseidon versus Noir situation. Now we're going to like sort of start locking in onto if this is sort of similar or not. It's looking like Mosca's actually doing something completely different here now. He's not going for his fast pickaxe build against Nyan. Maybe it's on purpose for players type of thing. But he's going for that other build that we saw him go for against... Oh, he's going... Wow, no, he's going Ares. Well, this is different. This is very different. Okay, I don't know if this is on purpose or for what reason, but... Okay, he loses his Cyclops, but he opens up the base a little bit. What am I watching? I don't understand. I wish I did, but I got no idea. Oh, he's going for a town center. That's what I'm watching. Okay. Is Nyan also going? Okay, Nyan's already got a town center himself. I think this is so... Oh, good dodging. This is so un-Mosca-like, the way that this has gone, that I question whether this is Mosca taking this game seriously. Okay, town center. 3 town center, fast 3 town center. This is looking similar to his plan against Kavoth in the other game. And I imagine he's got a archery range. Everything is slow now because he took that weird early route. Plus he's also gone Ares. Now he will get stronger Prodromus, but without having access to speedy Prodromus, it does make things a little bit more difficult against the speedy Golmang White Horse Archers or White Horse Cavalry. They do have a bow and arrow, but they can only use it once. I mean, at least he can run into Nyan's base. I think he could just put a wall here, though. That if you just put, like, how much does this cost? I need to know. Hold on. Yeah, it's like 33 gold to make this, to put this back into normality. Can you also repair these? You can also repair these. Like, it takes a lot of time to repair them. But anyways. 3rd town center up for Nyan as well. And then straight to the Mythic Age. He's got his walls up. This is something that Mosca's always so very, very good at on these types of maps. But Nyan going to break through. Another wall comes up over here. Oh, Baihu is kind of stuck. Sad Baihu. He can jump out. There you go. But yeah, straight to the Mythic Age, and then we're going to just see a Mythic Age wall. So it's like, here, this is so different. So he goes Pestilence, Curse, or Ares, Aphrodite, Hephaestus. And does he have this upgrade? Yeah, he's got the Apples upgrade. So he can go straight for like a second Plenty Vault here for pretty cheap. After he gets all of his technologies through, right? Like, it's going to come in pretty quickly. But a big timing here for Nyan that Mosca just has to defend against. And now it's obviously Mythic Age for both players. And I feel like this Great Flood has to come through at some point. There you go. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but Nyan can't even defend this. He's so far behind for some reason. I feel like I have to watch this back and figure out why Nyan fell so behind here. Let's just actually look at this military thing here. So Nyan was in front up until this point, but then fell behind. Do Do you not get upgrades? He's basically missing all his upgrades, whereas Moscow's got them all. Okay, well, let's watch this back one more time, because I feel like that was not... Well, I don't feel like I learned what happened there. I just feel like nothing happened, and then Moscow won, even though he got sort of bonked at the start of the game. So what happened on the perspective of Nyan? Let's just watch that, because this can give us some information as to why things were a bit wonky here. Okay, temple. How to. Probably a bit of a late advance time. Drops his thing. He uses... I uses the clay peasants on this. Normally you see people using clay peasants on the town center with Nuwa, but regardless, I don't think that's going to change a huge amount. Does he lose any villages? How far behind on the third town center was he? So the third town center is up now. Nyan spots it. This is probably... Yeah, this is exactly... I think actually maybe Nyan might even be even faster than... Kavoth was on this third town center, but I felt like the game between Kavoth and Moscow was much closer. Maybe it's just because it was only the one Quaofu. Does he get his upgrades? Yes. Yes, he's got abundance. Okay, let's see if there's anything big that happened that I just missed. A little bit of idle time, but not enough to put you like that far in front, right? Random market on this spot, random ballet at the back here to get to the mythic age as fast as possible. This ballet is really, really like this isn't going to lose you a game, but it's just not a good ballet because it doesn't give you the extra favor that a ballet over here would give you. Because you want to, the ballets are the biggest amount of favor boost you've got, so you want to place them generally somewhere that protects a gold mine, but also somewhere that gives you the most amount of favor. So here, over on this spot here as well, or in front here if you can. He also goes for some Baihu as well, and he went for a different god path, but this god path doesn't affect your economy at all. That doesn't really make sense. I guess in buying these Baihu, he's not getting himself Quaofu, and he's got 62 favor in the bank. I think that's where the difference is here. Like I think that's all this is. This is very un-Poseidon related, but if your opponent is not going to be spreading their favor, then you've just got no worries. I mean, he's going to be able to spam out a whole bunch of dragons, I guess. Which has to be the game plan. But yeah, he's just so far behind for no good reason. Okay. I don't know if you're going to find yourself finding these games yourself, because Mosca clearly here played an impeccably well macro-orientated 3-town center thing. This is quite difficult to do. You can go and watch the replay and watch where the villages are going. I might put a replay pack in the description box below for you guys to have a look at. But yeah, there wasn't a huge amount of stuff here that happened, and this strat from Mosca just seemed to absolutely dominate. So let's watch the next one, because this is a rematch to some degree. So we'll see if things are exactly the same or much different. It's on exactly the same map, exactly the same matchup. And I think these games were played maybe right after each other. So a bit of a rethinking from Nyan. He might try something wacky here. See if we can catch Moscow off his game. And he goes areas again. But with the... This is the fast advance as well, right? And we see how to again. Couple of pioneers out to deal with the Cyclops. And a military camp down for Nyan this time. And immediately wandering over to his town center, it looks like. So this is a lot more clean from Mosca in this one to get his town center up, it looks like. Going for the front. And now Nyan's going for a village center? I am beyond confused. Drops his wall. I can't see how this is going to go any better for him. Unless he does some sort of like all in off of these 2 town centers. Of the village center. And Moscow goes 3 TC? Okay. So he doesn't... wait, does he know? Wait, I need to know. I need to know that he knows. Okay, so he sees the village center and goes, great, I can just go 3 TC, no problems. So even if it's 2 TC, no matter what, if he sees 2 TC, he goes for the 3rd one. Even though we did see him go 3 TC against a 1 town center, but that's neither here nor there. And then Aphrodite again. Into a whole bunch of archery ranges, military academies. Frey Beast gets dropped down, doesn't really do a whole lot. The immediate ballet into, I imagine, straight into... If you're going to do this as Noir, you want to go through Golmang so you can drop the upgrade, the forest protection here, and then you get 1 archery range or 1 machine workshop and get the upgraded thing, the attachment, and then you spam into the thing, and then you can siege this down. But I have this feeling that with Pestilence, this is not going to work out too easily for Nyan here. I mean, he dropped Pestilence to slow the siege down, but even if he loses the town center, it's not the biggest of deals. In fact, Moscow's not even bothering with a Petropolis here. He just goes, I'm just going to wait. I get a Petropolis out. I think this game might just be a little bit of a experimental feature from Nyan. And he's going to lose this position, and he's going into the main base. He's not actually that far behind on villages, so maybe this makes some sense. He's got himself that 3rd town center now coming up, and with a bunch of White Horse cavalry. But he's on the wrong god path. The one thing going for Nyan here is that he doesn't have to deal with Prodromus. Always quick on those villager movements. So how does he react to this? He's got the wall to rebuild over here. Villagers are back onto this spot. And he's just going to kind of ignore the raids for the time being and try and push. But this might end up being his undoing as the hoplites coming over here to deal with it. But the cavalry can just say, let's go elsewhere now. But yeah, I guess this is the weakness of this sort of hoplite, Toxotes, Peltas sort of composition against these White Horse cavalry, is that you're going to get raided into the ground. So you have to somehow work out how you're going to defend against this. Nemean Lions is an option. If you can get the roar on with the hoplites, you can get a decent amount of damage done. But these guys can just run around the main base forever here. I mean, a wall through the middle here wouldn't be a bad idea. Now we see the Hephaestus yet again. I think Moscow's in a little bit of trouble here. But as is commonplace for the new wild players, they always seem to float a ton of wood. I don't think like you need a huge amount of villagers on wood. You need like 40-ish villagers on food for the Mythic Age, but in the Heroic Age, you don't even need that many. Anyways, speeding along. And I guess at this point, once you've shut down these raids to some degree, it's more about what? It's more about just getting this death ball and making somewhat of a push. Especially once you get Hephaestus. So he gets all these upgrades. That's another Fey Beast getting dropped down. Nine does manage to push through that position, but there's going to be more units to come back out. So I guess the question here is, can Mosca find a big enough advantage, or will the Nuwa late game be able to come through? I don't think it will, because you got full iron. Crazy big timing. But this game is so weird that you have to ask the question, what would have been different if Nyan just went for his own town center over here instead of the village center, and then went for this town center and then tried this strat? I think this game, unfortunately, I can't take a whole lot away from it. Shall we? Let's keep going, though. Okay, now we got our first of the Poseidon versus Norse games. I think these are the most difficult ones to have a look at. Excuse me, have a look at. I think most people will struggle a little bit in these sort of matchups. So let's see what Hagrid's going to do. This is looking like a standard fast advance here, which I think is probably your 3 onto gold. That's a lot. That's going to get the temple down very, very quickly. He pulls one off and gets the temple at the front. I like the temple at the front here. I see a lot of players put their temple close to the gold mine, so they limit villager walking time. But in putting the temple to the front, it loses a little bit of resources, but it gains resources in the time gain to get to your opponent's base and start putting pressure onto your opponent. If you're going to go for Hermes, that is. And he goes Ares, though, but not going to be able to kill the town center. Maybe a little bit too overly aggressive on that one. Random house in the center of the map, as is the case for crazy people to do. And what is he going for? I think one thing we see sometimes from Ares players is Hippaspist. But at the moment, it's just Hursa. I think Daziv is misplaying this. You're supposed to make Hursa Herdman until you see anything else. But he's getting prepped for those Hippaspist at the moment. Okay, and then it's just raids. Okay, so town center behind this is very, very odd. Because this is well, actually, let's have a look at what our opponent sees. It's a bit of a risk, right? So he doesn't have spy thrown down. The reason this is a risk is if this is spotted, then all of a sudden, Daziv can make a decision. If it doesn't get spotted, then what? And what's going to happen normally here is, if it doesn't get spotted, it's going to be your opponent is going to have a military advantage on you, well, not knowing what they need to do with it. So you can often get away with it, right? But at the moment, almost getting that temple killed. He wants it. It's so close. He sacked the Cyclops into it. Enough Hippias here to deal with this sort of a push. Daziv in the main base, picking off villages. We get an Iron respawn, not the most useful there. Does Daziv spot the town center is the big question. But from here, with no units in the main base, the Hippias kind of can just run straight in here. They take a huge amount of damage, but they've got so many upgrades that they can just kind of sit underneath the town center for quite a while. That many. If they were unupgraded, they'd die incredibly quickly, right? But they've got enough upgrades that they're good to go there. Turning back onto this spot. Oh, double iron respawn, gigantic, but I don't think Hagrid should have been taking that fight anyways. So at this point, this is kind of just looking like stock standard Poseidon play. I'm not sure what else to say here. It's just looking like Hagrid managed to get his town center up without any problems. This is interesting from Daziv. So how do you deal with this? Just go for the main base. Still another Poseidon player. Not. Oh no, he did get the tech. Where's the pick? Oh, that's Hermes. Never mind. Take it back. Hermes. Can I change the player colors? Sure. Okay, so Hagrid looking to break in onto this spot, but at this point you got to just be worried that this big fat heroic age is coming your way and you don't have any Hippaspis to deal with it. That's what I'd be worried about if I was Hagrid here. He's gonna have Aphrodite. One thing here that Hagrid does he have it? Yeah, one thing he does have is this Enyo's Bow of Horror, which does make these Toxotes really, really good. I think people forget how good these units get with this one upgrade. It's really, really strong. Because the arrows, you can't dodge the arrows at all, really. So you basically don't need ballistics. You kind of do, but you don't really need it. So interesting, if you can get into Enyo's Bow of Horror Toxotes against Norse here, seems to be pretty good. I guess, and the counter to this would be to get into Huskal for the Loki, or potentially enough raiding cavalry. But Hagrid has found a big advantage. He's still not able to get to the next age. Now we see Bragi. But he's already taken a fight. You can dodge the shots, yes, but they're traveling much quicker. That it's much harder, right? Like you can see these arrows. There's no ballistics here, and they're not missing in this sort of a situation. You see how fast they travel through the air, as opposed to these thrown axemen, which are much slower. But they also have a damage multiplier as well. They get a little bit more damage. I feel like Hagrid's just having fun here, to be honest. A couple of Cyclops. He's going to be able to break through this town center with those. And there's just not enough stuff left here for our Loki player. Okay. Someone to try against the Norse is to go Pestilence, go Ares. I wouldn't go so aggressive with the Cyclops, but definitely getting into Enyo's Bow of Horror Toxotes as an idea. Enyo's Bow of Horror Toxotes. There's probably a way to get into these Hippaspis as well with the upgrade in the classical age if need be, if you get into a pinch. The early Hippias getting those raids in like normal makes a lot of sense as well. So you don't have to go into the hoplites just because you got access, or infantry just because you got the stronger infantry techs with Ares. You can save that for a little bit later. Hippias got a hack attack buff. I think they might be at 10% now. $176. So 150 HP with 176 effective hack armor. So something like that. It's about 15, right? 16. So yeah, I think they got 10%. Yeah, try the Ares Toxotes here against the Loki and see how that goes. I think that'll be interesting. Alrighty. We got one last one, and this is another Isis versus Poseidon game. This time with Keto. Keto, I think, is one of the... Oh, I hate this lure. Keto is one of the best defensive players, I think, in the game with Greek. So, in the same sort of league as Mosca. Does he go for the early pickaxe? No early pickaxe. I'm gonna have to steal that Mosca early pickaxe build. I think it's really nice. Alrighty, we got Bust, we got Hermes, no surprises. Okay, so what's... Oh, he's going for the Ford Town Center. That's pretty aggressive, especially against Isis, as the Sphinx gets taken out. So he left his Atalanta in his main base, and he only had... Was that the Atalanta? Yeah, he left his Atalanta in his main base, and he left his Centaur on this position to defend. A little bit dangerous because the Sphinx can come over and actually win this without the hero being there. Is there another hero? Oh, there was a Theseus in position as well. So he had Atalanta, he had Theseus, and the Town Center. So he had all of his weaknesses covered there. Also, oh, he does. That's a sin. Keto just sinned. He built a Pegasus with he's got 2! And he still doesn't have the tech. I'm actually so upset right now. Do people not realize this tech is busted? Let me just refresh everyone, just in case you guys don't realize. Grants a Pegasus that respawns for free 90 seconds after it's killed. It got nerfed. It used to be 10 seconds. 90 seconds after it's killed. The Pegasus doesn't have a population cost. This one costs 2 pop. It's kind of insane. Must grab. I don't care what anyone says. Just because something gets nerfed doesn't mean you stop buying it. Which means it got more reasonable than it was, right? Okay, so it's a fast heroic here from Keto against Matador. And he does have a couple of stables out. Okay, so we'll see what sort of a thing he's going for. Okay, so Ancestors Eclipse onto the economy. There's really not that many villages over here, so Keto gets very lucky with this one. Only 4 idled for this period of time as the minions are going to start moving around. Curse to pick off a couple of those minions as well. I love that curse usage there. That curse usage is so good. How much do these cost? They're 150 resources per minion. And curse picks off... How many do you get? 13. So at 150... I mean, it's like 800 divided by 150. So you're going to get like 5 or 6 minions, which leaves only a handful left. So now you don't have to use ceasefire. So he didn't take any damage on that. But I have to say that even though he takes 0 damage on that, all of these units that Keto had to build have now not put any pressure onto Matador. So Matador, behind all of this, goes, I'm going to take this, I'm going to put this, I'm going to start spamming units. So while he's used all his god powers to get this up, he's basically not had to spend anything on defense to get that position up. Okay, so armory coming through. Our second armory, and the military building's just getting spammed up. And I think at this point here, Keto probably doesn't need to attack. He just needs to be sitting back massing, generally. Like, if he can poke, that's fine, and make sure that his opponent is being sort of fair, or gets the confirmation that he's going to the Mythic Age. But realistically here, I don't know if you need to take any sort of fights. You got ceasefire as well. So I like that he backs up and he's confirmed what's coming his way. Gets his upgrades. He's going to have to start putting farms up. Walls are up all over the place. This is what Keto's amazing at as well. Like I said, super good defensive player. But now the raid into the main base. Ceasefire. Watchtowers. The differential in military is pretty close here, but I'm not sure... if this army... Well, is this army going to be able to win this fight? I mean, if there's enough... This is a Scorpion, man. It's not really enough stuff here. A lot of these siege towers aren't really worth it. And they're taking down the stables to give some military in. This is a good fight from Keto. I think Matador has sort of played directly into his hand here at this point. But he is seemingly winning this fight regardless. But yeah, Matador plays directly into the Poseidon's hand there. Normally you're seeing the ISIS players having a bunch of spearmen out there, but not going for those just yet. As it's a little bit of Prodromus. Does he have all the upgrades? Well, he didn't go for Dionysus either, so he doesn't have Thracian horses. Has a little bit of a spot onto this position, so raids to come through. Can he deny this? All the villagers on top of it. I think it's gonna go down. Oh, it doesn't. It just barely stays alive. Okay, lesson learned. Never go after the Migdol. Always kill off the villagers instead of the Migdol. Just let him take it. At least get some damage done. Okay, Fortress denied. But I think Keto just threw there. He's tried to push a little bit too hard. You have to play a little bit more slowly with the Poseidon. But you can see that the army is super strong. If you can get it together. Another ceasefire there to try and get these units out. Does he have a gold mine? It's almost gone. Unfortunately, this pushback over here kind of lost Keto the game. Plus now there's Spearman in the mix, and he doesn't have any transition into units that can deal with that. So, okay, so let me think about this a little bit. I think this is going to be the last game I watch of this little session, without going off and commenting on some lower level games. This attack up onto here. So after taking nearly 0 damage from Ancestor's Eclipse and Matador sort of playing into Keto's hands a little bit, I think he probably could have waited a little bit longer. So sacking these houses, pulling the militia back, waiting, and then ceasefiring, and then swinging in with as much population, as much might as he possibly can. You can see that the fight actually took place with the ISIS player having significantly more stuff, which is why it didn't go well for Keto. So if you can wait on that, I don't know if it's possible or not, but if you can just wait for the last moment before you rush in, then you're probably going to be able to deal with all that stuff. So maybe this sort of thing, if it doesn't have the spearman in it, it's going to be a little bit challenging. But nonetheless, GG. Well played, guys. If you guys got any questions about Poseidon at the end of this, or any specific matchups, actually, there is one matchup that I want to watch specifically. Let me see if I can get, or that we have to do one more game after this as well. So let's go two matchups. We're going to look at one more matchup with Poseidon versus Odin. Is one that I really want to watch. So let's see if we can find a Poseidon Odin game. So I feel like this is going to be a matchup which a lot of players will struggle with. So I want to see that one. I think I can watch this one. It's another Nyan Racing Cat one. I just want to see what the sort of style here. It might be better to watch a different one, but I think we'll just check this one out quickly and just see what happens. Okay, let's jump in. Boom, 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 boom. Pop Scribble says, those fights are kind of what I have an issue with in this game. Keto building the exact counter to Chariot Archers and still losing. Am I missing something? I mean, if you think about it, there were Camel Rider, Chariot Archer versus Prodromus, Hippias. So realistically, if the ISIS player targets down the Prodromus with the Chariot Archers and targets down the Cav with the Hippias, sorry, with the camels, targets down the Hippias with the Camel Rider, then you've got the counter units attacking each other. And then it comes down to numbers more so than counters. So I think both armies are kind of technically countering each other. I think there was also a handful of spearmen in there. But yeah, I know what you mean. Some of this stuff can be a bit confusing. But a lot of the time it's more so about numbers than anything else. Though I do accept the argument that maybe counter units should counter a little bit harder than they do. I think I accept that. Okay, so Legend here. I think this is like a 1700 player versus Nyan. And Nyan's like ranges anywhere from sort of like 1800 to 2k based on which strategy he's using. Okay, so immediate centaur going for the immediate attack is fairly stock standard. Gets defended nicely by Nyan at the moment. 0 damage. Great haul coming up. And it's just going to be Hippias all the way at this point. Raids onto the top. And at the moment it's 5. Does he have pickaxe? He's getting pickaxe now. He's got like 5 villagers on gold, the rest on food, basically a handful on wood. So it's just all Hippias all the way. So I guess this is something you might want to try. I think I prefer the Ares angle going, like what Hagrid did, going into Ares Toxotes. Ceasefire. How does this go badly for Nyan? I sort of don't see how this is going to go badly. Thank you for the Twitch Prime there, Obscene Dougie. Appreciate you, my friend. Okay, so all the units healing up. Upgrade-wise, he's getting both of his upgrades. It's exactly equal here. But one player has got Spirited Charge. And the other player... No, they both got their upgrades. A couple more units coming in a little bit late here for Nyan. Resources dropping for both players. This is kind of wild how close this is. So the big problem here is Nyan fighting before his upgrades come in. If those upgrades are in, I think this would have been a completely different affair. But still, the idea is go for Lord of Horses, go for Spirit of Charge, and try and take a fight before those upgrades come through. Or get them yourself, maybe. Well, I mean, that's one way to go about it. I think that the Ares way is probably like a more sensible... I think Nyan maybe could have just pulled back and waited for his upgrades to come in and then took the fight. Okay, let's watch this final game here. This one I'm going to cast. We're not going to be watching it for learning purposes. It's for entertainment purposes. So let's jump in. I said I was going to watch it, so let's do it. As we spawn in the left-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Poseidon. His name is Avely. And in the right-hand corner, we have Jack playing as Oranos. We've just watched a whole bunch of Poseidon games to bring ourselves into the year of Poseidon versus Oranos. Avely has spent many games trying to perfect the art of Oranos. And then he says, you know what? Enough of trying to make Oranos work. We'll join the dark side and join the Poseidon Brigade. The Cavalry Brigade is in, and they're going to see what they can do here. Jack, on the other side, staying true to his Oranos self, says, come at me. It's Oranos time. I'll show you how it's done, Avely, as a battle of the mammoths is going to rage on here. On the left-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves Tower of Cestus. This one's going to be myth units plus 1x for towers. Over here, we've got the Demeter's Throne, making your granaries houses a little bit cheaper. Up onto this side, we've got Armor of Achilles, making damage vulnerability to hack minus 5%. And finally, on the top side of the map, we've got Wu Hao, Bow of Huang Di. One of the most busted relics in the game, and everyone doesn't realize it. Okay. Except for if you... Actually, it's probably really good with Atlantean as well. With Atlantean and with the Egyptians, because you get 85% like snare on a 20 range unit, the Chariot Archer, or 19 range, 20 range unit with the Arcus. All of a sudden, you've got yourself a really, really strong kiting force. So definitely worth grabbing there as the Atlantean. as we are going to be seeing the starting come up. And unfortunately, we aren't seeing those cool, that cool fast pickaxe build, which Moscow was showing off. Avely here dropping his lure down onto this spot. And are we seeing any sort of economic guild? Nope, no economic guild from Jack. He says, I'm scared of the early game from Poseidon. Let me just advance nice and quick. And let's see how it's going. Is it ever a good idea to get a fast TC, second TC while playing Oranos? It really depends, right? It depends on the matchups. I don't think against Norse it is. Against Egyptian, yeah, I think you can make it work. Against China, I think you kind of are obliged to go fast second town center. It's very difficult, though maybe there's some early Murmillo pressure you can do against Noir. Maybe you can go early stuff against the other players, but I think if you get locked into a one town center war against China, you're probably going to lose. So you might have to go for the town center there. And against Greek, you probably want to stay one town center, at least for a little bit, to get pressure on, and all the other good stuff. Who's the best player, or who is like the best player? What do you mean? I'm very confused with these questions. The Mister is the GOAT of Age Mythology at the moment. He's our number one. But nonetheless, the game to rage on. Hermes pops through for Avely here as the Centaur comes out. And he's going to be looking for his early game attack. As cheeky little Sable coming up. But this attack is going to get kind of denied by the early Caladria out. So no real problems there as an immediate counter barracks to come through. Up, the dodge, the dip, the dive, the duck. Now the village is taking a little bit of heat, but the Caladria can pop back over here, heal them up. But just a little bit of idle time getting forced at the start of this position as the citizens to get dragged back. Meanwhile, Hero Catapulti is much needed, and a secondary Caladria also going to be coming in to help out on this forward aggression as the citizen getting healed back up. And Avely says, I don't care about your bloody Caladrias. I'm going to keep trying to kill this one as he does decide now the target. And he snipes the Caladria. Two here and the other Caladria. Oh, he almost gets it. He's trying. Oh, he can't quite. It's on the jukages. You have to get them onto multiple different angles to snipe someone who's actually juking, but he gets one down. Great option from Avely. Gets a kill on the Caladria. Has to pull back out. Takes a big amount of damage there early, but so too did Jack there. Jack has been slowed down quite a lot in the early stages of this game, whereas Avely's had no real hit to the economy, and he's in a good spot. However, with Catapultis coming out now, Avely's got one of two options. Option number one is to move away from Cav and go into either some... Oh, nice snipe there. Centaur to take down the Caladria as well. Option number one is to go into a town center here, or option number two is to go into either Toxotes or Hoplites. Now, generally, I prefer Hippias Hoplite so that you don't have to deal with the Terma sniping your units. But a well-played opening here from Avely. Is Avely going to be sneaking around onto the top side? We do see this Hippias over here going to have some problems against the Caladria there, but we'll get away. At the moment, no weightless mace in just yet from Jack to get those speedy Catapultis out. If you don't know what that tech is, it's right here. Weightless mace for the Catapultis. Very, very nice. As the Theseus going to be getting sniped down over here. And Avely swinging around onto the right-hand corner. Not really much for him to find. Maybe if he sneaks in over here, but we do have some nice Catapultis onto this side. And we see a town center coming through now for Jack, as well as a sneaky sky passage on the left-hand corner of the map as the Caladria comes through. Gets his Catapulti back up to full HP. Theseus on the attack here so that the healing can't come in. Good control there from Jack, but does take a shot for it. As I think with Avely opting into more Hippias here, he's not actually going to be able to make his way in to deny this town center. So he's going to have to go in for either some huge all-in onto this, which could work, or he has to go for his own town center here. Another option for Avely is to grab this tech and start scouting around for things like these oracles over here. Those could be really, really nice to be grabbed. Question in the chat is, why take that TC though? Well, one reason is, for Oranos, it doesn't matter what town center you grab because you've got sky passages. That's the important thing. As the catapulties are too scary for these Hippias to stand and fight. Yeah, so you can sky passage on this town center over to say here or here, and then you can have all of this position nicely as well. And it's totally fine, right? So it's just close to his main base. I think the low amount of walking time to get to the town center is the ideal thing there. As a Carnivora up now for Jack. And that's going to be a nice little defensive position there for him so that units can't run through that. And Weightless Mace now coming in, which will make those catapulties very, very quick here. And Avely now privy to the town center up. I'm not sure if he saw that going up or not beforehand. But nonetheless, charging into the main base as the sky passages in to job from one side to the other. Nice little garrison micro there through the mana. Drops the shockwave down. Realistically, we'll only be able to snipe one unit here, but the ceasefire is forced out. And Avely to retreat back. There's a huge amount of Toxotes queued up here. He wants those badly. He's like, give me the Toxotes. I want him now. Give him to me now, please. We see a movement here. There's Rhino on this side here for these villagers to move over. Put another sky passage here on this gold mine. Not a terrible idea. And at the moment, Avely hasn't managed to actually pick off a single Oracle. You see one in the main base over here. Where's the other ones? Oh, there's one over on this town center here. And then one just hidden on this side. As the sky passes will go down, which will deny the villagers over here. Had Jack maybe been a little bit more sneaky and sent one villager just to over onto this corner, he could have got up a sky passage in the middle of nowhere there. With Avely out of sight, out of mind. But nonetheless, over onto the right-hand corner. There's only a handful of Gazelle here. Not the best spot for any of that nonsense. But nonetheless, we will be having a Hyperion Heroic Gauge to come through now. As the sky passage up onto this side, there's going to be a nice 3 sky passages in as the villagers or the army coming in to hit the citizens into the main base here. No watchtowers in just yet as the mana will get completed. Citizens to pull back. One Atalanta goes down. One Theseus there as well to go down. As the citizen's going to bail from the main base. Jump over onto this side. Happily grab all of those deer. And this, I mean, there's not many of them, but there's going to be... Oh God, he's trying to make this garrison between the mana work. It's so hard. The best way to do it is to have some distance between the mana and the thing, and then you garrison, and then you just smash ungarrison. But you need some distance between it to actually make it happen. As Avely is just full send here in this game. He doesn't care about your town center. He says, hey man, I want to fight. I'm here to play the game. You get to sit back and play Boomy? No worries. I'm just going to keep on sending my stuff at you. As medium archers to come through. Bunch of units are queued up. Heroic Age on the way here for Jack. Random 4 HP. Centaur on the way out onto this side. Oh, sneaky citizen. Sneaky citizen is sneaky. Will Avely notice this? Yes, he will. He's got 4 HP. And he's dead. Surely he brings that one back. Yep, okay. Does he go out the other side? All the units now to make their way over onto the right-hand corner. I want to see a random citizen out this way. That's what I want. Just like out into this corner or something. Anyways. Catapulties in with a couple of Caladria over here. Manages to snipe a couple of units. And Avely will be able to get away from that afterwards. Meanwhile, the Hippias managing to find a citizen or 3 here, but they'll be able to garrison back into their sky passage and get out of here. Interestingly enough, in hitting multi-raids and dragging catapulters away, it allows Avely to actually attack this position, but Mamillo over, with the help of a satyr, these citizens will be able to move back onto that gold mine there. As the citizens say, all right, better bail. We do have a nice back gold mine. Some walls can come up here. Not the biggest of issues. This gold mine about to expire though, so Jack will be needing to leave his base here and start interacting a little bit more with what Avely's doing. But at this moment, he's now got himself some premium units. He's got himself a couple of Contarius out to try and deal with those Toxotes. And the citizens dive into the sky passage to get over onto this side, as their gold mine has expired. But nonetheless, Jack is in a very, very nice position now. Avely sort of messing around with his army. He's not actually able to get up and around and actually stop this boom from happening. But the question here is, does Jack have enough stuff here or infrastructure to actually spend all the resources he's about to start netting? He's got himself no economic upgrades. I think that's one pretty large mistake and a huge amount of gold in the bank here. As Avely says, it's time to go. Sky Passage on the wrong side here as the Contari is managing to get onto the backside. Carnivora gets dropped down. Toxotes retreating away from this. Citizens starting to go down. We have got the Chaos to get dropped down onto this side to allow those Contarius there to get a huge amount of free damage done. But now Avely onto the shoot and scoot micro. There's the first big fight about to end up here with Avely taking a significant advantage at the end of this. The Carnivora to go down as well. Or at least will go down from Toxotes. He doesn't want to lose Hippias, but he does. Some citizens go down, but still a 20 citizen edge at the moment for Jack here. The problems for Jack is, 1, he's lost an oracle, or 2. So he's got 0 oracles basically. Well, 1 oracle in the bank here. It's not very useful. You can move up to the top with it or through the sky passage and start spreading them out a little bit. But he needs to get more oracles as he's gone through Hyperion here. And beyond that, he's had to start making farms because he hasn't been able to get those cheeky sky passages out all across the map. And this does 2 things which are really bad. 1, it slows down the food economy. 3 things. 1, it slows down the food economy. 2, it means he has to buy the farms in the first place. But 3 is these citizens now have to stay put, which means they're actually able to be raided, funnily enough, even though there's a town center for them to get garrisoned into. It's almost easier to raid a villager in a base like this than it is to raid an Oranos player with a sky passage out with monkeys in the corner of a map, funnily enough. Nonetheless, now Avely goes, all right, time to break through this wall. Taking a look at what his line of sight is, he's got random Hippias here, random Toxotes over here, trying to spread out on the map. He is missing out on these Pegasus, on this Pegasus sort of stuff. He's got 1 Pegasus here, so he sees the gold mine, but I'd love to see like 3 or 4 Pegasus out on the map, considering they don't cost any population, right? 0 population now with that upgrade. You can just have 1 everywhere, so there's no real way for these sky passages to go anywhere. But for the moment here, Jack's got 950 gold in the bank, so not a big problem for him, as the citizens on the front there getting a little bit too overzealous there. As the army pops out, ready to take just a little bit of a fight while the Toxotes are not in position, but Avely says, I don't care. Let me get in here and snipe these bad boys down. And the sky passage on the back here going to be falling. Satyrs on the back going to be falling as well. As Jack, unfortunately, they're probably like unnecessarily losing units, trying to continue to take these fights. He's coming off onto this side with another sky passage to keep bouncing around the map and keeping himself going in this game. But Avely at this moment, He's behind on villagers, but he's done a huge amount of damage. He can now go to the heroic age as well, which I imagine is going to go through Dionysus here momentarily. Doesn't have an armory down. Huge amount of resources here and units queued up. You know how much I hate that. A couple of houses to come up onto this side as well. As the army of Avely going to come around and try and look at this side. Now, one idea here for Avely would be to leave like 5-ish Hippias or 3 Hippias over here, just to prevent any villagers from coming up and dropping another sky passage on the top. But with a sky passage here, the villagers can literally just jump through this position and back up over to here, no problems. Meanwhile, more Contarius coming out for Jack, as he says. A couple of Contarius is going to be all I need to deal with this. Into the main base, the Hippias trying to target the town center to take that one out. As the Contarius managed to come over here, going to clean up all these units. The villagers back on to the gold mine, and Avely reminded here that raiding Oranos is incredibly difficult. There's the Contarius going down. Couple manners up onto this side as the Contarius is going to dive into the sky passage over here. Popping back out up onto this side. And now Avely says, time for a town center. Now he's going into the next stage. Going to grab the center one here. Finishing up with the rhinos on this side. Can also come over and get these. And now look at this. Now he's got the Pegasus all over the place. Love it. They're free. Free population. Free map hacks. Nearly impossible to kill as well, mind you. Very, very difficult to kill. Is now able to make his way up to this right-hand corner. Thracian horses, heavy cavalry, a huge amount of prodromus to start coming through. As the Contarius pop out here, attempting to hold on to this position. I'm still a little bit surprised to see Jack going in on Contarius here against these his Hippias when there's all of the catapulties available, but nonetheless it's working out for him at the moment as he's still maintaining a villager lead, and he's got himself gold. He's got himself through any sort of timings that Avely could have hit. There is now a bronze available, but with sky passages, very simple to just run away from that. Another option here for Jack is to now start looking for his own raids because he's gotten through the defensive thing. Like, generally speaking, when you're playing like 2TC play, it's often best to play very, very slow and not looking to go for any crazy raids on your opponent because that's just throwing units potentially away. Unless you've got like strong units like a myth unit to raid. As we are seeing the attack now coming through onto this side here. I imagine this is going to be a bronze push from Avely. But once you get through that sort of defensive thing, now you can start sending a couple of units out to get those attacks off, I guess. As the Contarius in a little bit of a difficult spot here. I'm surprised to see him fighting this. Obviously, if he runs, he might lose the town center, but that's really not the end of the world here. He could just drop the town center over here and be completely fine with it. And even just pop through this sky passage and look for some raids on the front. And he is dropping the town center on the right there as we speak, but citizens going down on this left side. Plus the town center going to be falling with 8 citizens in front of them. That's 16. As he pops out, he's trying to get out of this position, but I'm not sure that Avely is going to be allowing him. 1 citizen, 2 citizen down, 3 citizen down, 4 citizen down. 2 looking like they might escape here. It's got 2 HP in a tree. And it dies. Gets out with 1. So we lost 16 villages there. Oh, sorry. 14 villages there. 7 citizen out of the 8 that were there. Now the town center going to come back over onto this side. No god power now available for Avely, but there will be a chaos coming shortly here for Jack. As Jack pops up to the top here with his catapulti. Contarius moving up here to try and pick off as many units as he possibly can. Every little bit of damage that he can inflict here is incredibly useful. When you're looking at the differential of military value here, it is wild because they got the same amount of pop, but one player's is one player's 1,000 resources behind. I think some of that is because there's like these Petropolis, there's a Hydra. There's some very pop effective units in this one. As another fortress to come down, as Averley slowly pushing through here to have a cheeky little sky passage up onto this side, and the Caladria scouting this out while he sends the citizen forward. He can put a sky passage over here, dive through, pick those villagers off. Not a terrible idea. But the question is, how is Jack going to be able to deal with this siege push that Averley is doing? And the answer is pop through this sky passage, pick off this, and just cause absolute carnage into the position for Averley here. $27 Contarius ready to pop out, seize the villages. They don't have survival equipment. They are all dead in this moment here. But the hometown center will be going down. Sky passage to come up over here. The citizen can literally just move over onto this position. No problems here. He can ignore this position completely at this stage. But he has to run if he wants to make that happen. Nonetheless, he's charging in. This is Prodromus. Toxotes versus Contarius Catapeltes here. But the Contarius are on top of the sort of wrong units at the moment, as the Catapeltes sort of don't know how to get through. So Averley able to take somewhat of a decent fight here, but fighting underneath the town center, he does lose a huge amount of population there. As this one Hydra just going to town on these units. Look at this guy go. As now Jack can pop back through his sky passage and look for a raid over here. Does he know about it? He doesn't know there's a gold mine there. That's super unfortunate. Contarius searching around while he can. If he saw it there, he'd definitely be sending, but Averley smartly says, all right, I'll pull off of that gold. He's got 2,000 gold in the bank. So it's got nothing to do with the fact that he's probably going to get raided, but more to do with the fact that the macro is very, very challenging. As we see a sky passage coming up here, Jack saying, I'm going to grab this town center. The problem here for Jack is all of his units are kind of low HP. There is an option here for him in that he can grab Heroic Rejuvenation and then heroize these low HP units and get them to heal back up. But that's the only way that he can heal units. Actually, he can make some Caladria. Caladria wouldn't be a bad idea. Does he have a temple? He does. If he makes a couple of Caladrian to just heal these guys up, it's probably the cheapest way to go about healing that. Because he's, while this army looks like it's kind of strong, 3.8k, like you just go, none of these guys are useful. None of them. Like a handful are useful. Nonetheless, town center up for Jack on this side. The question here is, can Jack sneak through and get a sky passage over here somewhere? That would be your ideal movement at the moment. If you're Jack 90 at the moment. Couple more Petropolis coming in. As Averley starting to move down to the bottom side with some Prodromus as a bit of a defensive maneuver. And Jack says, okay, I'll pop through and we'll see if we can just charge into the main base and get some damage done. Is there crenellations? Yes, there is. So these cavalry will take a huge amount of damage from town center, as well as the watchtowers here. Meanwhile, Averley probably can just start attacking this, but he needs to figure out how he's going to defend this. A couple of Prodromus should be enough. But then if he sends them over there, then Jack can just teleport back up to the top and then start fighting over here. But with 3 fortresses up, it makes it a little bit challenging to break through. Destroy is necessary. A Mythic Age is another option here for Jack, if he can manage to get there. As the Contarius is coming back up onto this top spot. There's just so many fortresses up now for Averley. He might, if Averley gets to the Mythic Age, he can go straight into Tyroi here as well, which could be absolutely gigantic. Counter barracks goes down. Metropolis to take out the other watchtower. Can then go after the fortified town center as well. As what is Jack waiting for at the moment? That's the big question. Armory upgrades. Sort of favoring Jack here. I'm surprised he doesn't go into a whole bunch of Murmillo. But I like that control there. Allows the Catapultis in by pulling back the Contarius ever so slightly as they'll phase through each other. But Jack's still not happy to take this position just yet. Huge amount of destroyers queued up over here as well for Jack, as now he's going up to the Mythic Age. And now he goes hero units, and he does have Heroic Renewal pretty queued. I would have liked this to be queued up first and then heroized. Nonetheless, the raid's coming up over onto this side as the Catapultis to come over and defend. Meanwhile, into the main base, Jack decides to go. 4 destroyers will be able to take out that one fortified town center there if no defense comes through. As the Petropoli to come in and start sniping down this position. Does Jack have a sky passage? Answer is, of course he has a sky passage. He can just delete one and then build it. As he's going to be doing so, he will be able to escape. Meanwhile, into the main base, town center of Avely going down. Still, Heroic Renewal not in. So these, even though these hero Contarius are really strong, it's not going to be enough. As ceasefire comes through, too late to save the town center, but nonetheless, we'll be able to rebuild it, which is probably quicker than repairing it. And he does get the militia as well. As now Jack says, okay, time to go into Murmillos, but he is finding it a little bit difficult on the gold. 1 gold mine here. The gold over here, he's back onto it. All these gold mines on the back side are going to be what Jack really needs in this game. As the sky passage over here goes down, Jack tries to push forward, but wait, did he cancel? Hello? Did he lose the town center? He must have lost it. I didn't even notice it. But he cancelled his mythic. Look at the resources which Jack's got at the moment unspent. Diving into these Prodromus here with those Contarius is just not going to be able to work out, as the destroyers now going into the main fortress here. Villagers trying to shank these down, but this is not going to be something that can work out all too often here. As the Murmillo charging in to deal with all of this. Fortress on this side looks like it's also going to be... Will he be able to keep this one alive with those militia? It looks like he might be able to. The village is still happily on this gold mine over here, but Avely, he doesn't forget. He knows this is still here. Comes over to deal with this one. Going after the sky passage. Sure, if you kill it, no worries, but I'm just going to rebuild it, right? Oh, a couple of citizens can't quite make it through. Unlucky day to be a Jack citizen here. As Jack, I think the reason he didn't go Mythic Age is because he doesn't feel like he's got the gold to sustain. He needs to make a push happen. There's a town center back up over here. Sky Pass is coming up onto the left side. Palace as well coming through. As the Metropolis still sieging down the main base here. Oh, and this villager obliges. Says, I'll leave that spot there so you can build that palace. No problems. Meanwhile, pressure back onto this main base is Murmillo Contarius. Jack just not quite able to get into this spot. Carnivora comes down, but immediately gets erased by those Toxotes there. There's just too many units there, too many numbers, but a huge amount of DPS does get thrown away. As the front line here for Avely does dissipate, but is there enough firepower behind this? Is the big question. As the Contarius breaking through, taking down these units. We see more Murmillos charging in here. As Murmillos to retreat back. And Jack has just got so much food, so much gold, so much wood, but just... He's got so many resources just in general. But military building-wise, he does not have enough. He's got like 10 in, it seems. And without this upgrade as well, Levy, Takes him a while to rebuild. On the other side, Avely's also... I mean, he's got resources up the wazoo as well. He's only got a handful of military buildings himself. Both of these players could easily be getting close to full population immediately here with the right infrastructure. But the raids onto the top side, sniping citizens down over here. Everything having a lot of trouble at the moment. As the army pulls back. But Jack now in trouble. 97 to 88. Metropoli moving over onto this side. The gold mine is being denied. We do see some citizen over onto this position here. A potential sky passage to get dropped down to try and secure that spot. Town Center going to be attempting to come back up over here as the Metropolis are preoccupied with this palace. Meanwhile, another sneaky sky passage over here. Will Avely spot an answer? No. He is missing that signal fires tech, which I think is a must grab against Poseidon, and maybe even grabbing carrier pigeons as well to get more line of sight with your buildings. As a fortified town center here, going to be going down. Jack just looking... He's back up to full population, but still, he's going into Contarius. I don't understand this Contarius. Like, this Contarius angle in the slightest. This is pure Hermes. Not pure. It's basically pure Hermes, Dionysus, Prodromus with Toxotes behind this. Surely Arcus makes sense here. Surely Murmillos makes sense here. Surely a handful of Terma makes sense here. Contarius don't make sense here. As Hephaestus now queued up, Avely going to be able to take out the main town center. And the fortified town center for Avely over here going to go down. Do see a cheeky little chaos getting dropped. Bronze for the second time gets thrown down as a bit of a counter to chaos. And Jack looks like he's got no steam left in this game. And he does tap out. What a wild game here. I love this little move from Jack against the fortress push. But he needed to make a transition away from Contarius in this game. Like, you might say, hey, my opponent's building Toxotes. I should build cavalry to beat them. But if your opponent's got counter cav, especially hyper, super, mega, ultra counter cav, you got to make some concessions there and say, okay, maybe we got to get some destroyers in here to tank up the Toxotes. Maybe we got to get some Murmillos in to kill off, or Catapultes in to kill off the Prodromus quickly. Maybe we got to make some Arcus so that we have some DPS onto those low pierce armor Prodromus. Is there a Prodromus somewhere on the map that I can show off the armor that's not bronzified? Nope. Nope. Oh, there's one. Okay, it's only got 19% pierce armor. Sure, there's only copper shields here, but 19% bronze armor will mean Arcus will churn through these. But nonetheless, well played there by Avely, and that does conclude the Poseidon video. Hopefully you guys learnt a thing or two. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure you hit the follow button on the YouTube, Twitch, and subscribe, and all the other good stuff, and we'll see you in the next one. Prodromus died at anything. Yeah, but the question is, how do you beat this comp? I think you could probably mix in like a handful of Terma if you want. But Arcus Terma, Murmillo, sort of makes sense. Destroyer, Catapultes, those sort of units. But I guess at those sort of positions, you kind of go, well, what am I supposed to, I don't know. That's interesting for sure. I got one more game to watch here where Avely managed to make the Hoplite Centaur work, so I want to check that one out. Oh. And we'll check this one out as well. Last games for Poseidon. I'm just going to rush through these because I want to play some games. So much Poseidon, guys. You happy with it? Yeah, I think this patch is quite good. There's some things that I wish would get nerfed, but they haven't been yet. But you can't have everything. There's some things I'd like to get buffed as well, you know. So this is Mosca going for his Hoplite Centaur strat against Kavoth's set, which he lost against the Isis before, which is interesting. So both players kind of going for the same opening. The same sort of thing here with the serpents coming down. I guess what's Mosca doing differently here is the question. You have to ask yourself, why did he taking a little bits of fights here? Just trying to put pressure on. I mean, this is a little bit of miss macro from Kavoth. Probably trying to get priests out, but still. There is also, well, it's actually decent macro from Mosca. I think here was where Kavoth sort of threw units where he didn't in the other game. I think maybe he just played the Isis one better. I'm not going to lie. Because that fight there went poorly for Mosca on the other game. Still like huge amounts of resources in the bank. All this wood coming in for no real good use at the moment either. Having to build farms. I mean, to be honest, I do think that Spearman, Priest, and Nubite should lose slightly to Centaur, Hoplite, Hero. But then the question is, what would you build instead? Because if you want to build out Axeman, those things are going to get murdered by those Centaur. It's really, really tough to deal with that. So you have to get to the Heroic Age and then get Watchmaker gets out. Centaur, Chariot Archers. Did I play a game? Well, I guess when you went Centaur, Hippias first me, right? On the last patch, Kavoth and I played a game set versus Poseidon on Step. I remember it. And he went all Hippias Centaur against Spearman Priest. So yeah, the difference here is this push that Set makes, as opposed to Isis, is no Sobek. No Sobek. And that probably makes all the difference here. They're literally all the difference. Like, you killed off all the units, but... Actually, no, it doesn't. Like, he's still in front. Okay. I'm confused. How do you win this game? I feel like Kavoth is just in a good spot. Maybe Kavoth throws. I guess into her pacifist and then things go strange. Well, that's a throw. Trying to get a Migdol up on the face, I guess. Should just run from the bronze. Maybe put a Migdol up over here as a more safe thing. Right in here, like, you couldn't really run. And now Mosca's in a good spot. So he's brought it back. Yeah, set not for all, I agree. Set's a hard god, man. You have to spam Spearman. You heard Nyan? Just you're building chariot archers, that's the problem. And Mosca's so good at this. I can't do this. He's like so quick with these walls up everywhere. Meanwhile, not a single wall from Kavoth. You'll note that like this is like one thing that feels like Set struggles with is getting those walls up because you're so preoccupied with everything else. And this game is still close. I wouldn't be surprised if okay, into Hatyroi? Paspist? I say it was still close and then he resigns. Boo. Is he out of gold? I think he's out of gold. He's got a gold mine here. Gold mine up here. Where's the killer instinct? Kavoth's killer instinct doesn't exist anymore. Alright, let's watch this one as well. I know when it's over. last one, and then I'm going to play some games. Woo. So this is Poseidon versus Isis. Now the important thing in this, I think in this matchup from what I've seen now so far, is dealing with the timing that comes from Isis. Thank you for the subscription, Quixotic Pragmatic. Appreciate you, my friend. This is interesting from Kavoth. So this is like a legacy style to some degree. Ooh. Is that a locust on farms there? This is legacy style to some degree. You make units out and you come in and you try and pressure. This normally fails for me when I try this. Okay, what's the grand plan? Matador here should put the rock over here, outside of line of sight. Put the units in and pop up, and then drop over here behind the walls. Okay, the ceasefire. Obviously, just trying to delay as long as possible here, but this doesn't really help because the timing should still hit. I think this town center might be a mistake from Matador. He could have just kept spamming and then wander forward, or move forward and put a Migdol down for his Batsukos. He's doing it anyways, but so it's just late. Game's won and lost on one town center decision there. Like, if the Migdol was up, there's no way these units can break through there. And the town center doesn't even give you much, because you don't have that, like you're not going to be able to enjoy all the villagers coming through anyways. You're going to be at 100 villagers pretty close anyways, with 2 town centers in this position. Doesn't get you 100 villagers faster, in other words. Still difficult here for Kavoth to convert. I mean, this is pure. Look at this. Look at this. Now making those spearmen. I think if he goes more into spearmen, chariot archer, pet Sukos, it could be better. But I do like the idea from Kavoth, which is try not to fight up until a point where you've got... He took a fight here. And it's so wild. It's so wild that this is the fight. I think... Wait, how many military units was this? How much? Is there a population tab? Total population. I feel like if you wait even longer, like you're going to fall into a trap. I think he just got... I don't know if he scouted it or whatnot, but... Yeah, if this was Migdol first, or even 2 Migdols on this spot and then siege this position, I think life would have been really tough for Kavoth. Oh well. It is an interesting way to think about trying to get through that. Very tough. Very, very tough. All right, let's play some Gimme games. Wait, I got to check out the thingamajiggy. Where is it? AOM stats. 1500. I think it's all the same gods. Nuwa, Isis, Ra. Oh, Hades is in there. Nope. I can't play Poseidon because his win rate's too high. I can only play the weak gods. I'm only allowed to play the weak gods. What if you play the OP gods, but you have to pick the below 50% win rate minor gods? Nah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. I'm allowed to play the god how I want to play the god. Thank you very much. Set weak, buff spears. True. I think we need to buff all the weak gods. Actually, Set's got a high win rate. What are you talking about? Set's floating at 55%. Nerf Set. I think it's because I made a video on Set, and now everyone's playing Set better. I think it's all because of me. Shouldn't have made the video. Now Set's going to get nerfed. My love, my dear, my beauty. Didn't watch because I wasn't in it. I'm so sorry. Sat fat, I'm so sorry. Let me just make sure these are all correct. Shenong, Nuwa, Zeus Hades, Ra, Isis, Gaia. Okay, that's all of them. All right, let's have fun. Okay. Ranked time on Mount Olympus. We're up against Patty. I'm playing Gaia. I've played Patty in this matchup before, I think. Let's come here. Okay, let's get this as well. Get the citizen. I guess I should be looking for. Let's grab those. I just want to see what this relic is. See if it's worth grabbing. I mean, it probably is. Yeah, this map you probably should go early dudes. Cheap town center. Okay. Okay. Oh. Thank you for the Prime A420 day every day. Appreciate you, man. Okay, we come this way. I want to put the temple over here if I can. Let's make one a hero for the front. That way I can deal with any sort of stuff that comes my way. Have to open this. You come here, grab this. Go here. Want to immediately grab that if I can. Okay. I might actually take off here for the second and get a little bit more wood income. There's his Hermes. It's a little bit late, so I don't really know what he's doing. Could be a town center. I saw a blue dot somewhere. I don't know where it is.
Also, Yuji. Burek Mag. Skopo. Ishma Yuji. Skopos. Herjo Diat. Schmak. Osto. Eschlost. Ishmak. Burek. Osto. Burek. Yuji Burek. Skopos. Dilis Moke. Yuji. 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 Hey, Poro Fras. Burek, Mak. Skopo, Eshlo, Burek, Yuji. Eshma, Eshlos, Yuji, Ma, Eshlos, Ma, Yuji. Eshma. Skopo, Ma, Eshlos. Again. Also, most in. Again. Schwest. Ma, Burek, Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Eshma. Skopos, Eshlos, Mak, Eshvayen. Skopos, Burek, Eshlos. Yuzma, Eshma, Eshma, Yuji. Ma, Yuji. Eshma, Yuji, Skopos, Ma, Eshlos. Burek, Yuzma, Eshlo, Ma, Yuji. Eshma, Eshma, Yuji. Yuji, Burek, Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Also, most in. Skopos.
Erjos, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos.
Okay, I'm not sure what I'm facing at the moment, so I really want to get an oracle out. Because, I mean, he's sent a bunch of hippias at me, but it doesn't really mean much.
Burek. Skopo, Yuji, Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Hey, Dilis Moke. Yuji. Eshlos, Skopos, Mak. Eshlos. Vayin. Burek. Skopos, Ma. Burek, Yuji.
Erjos,
Skopos, Mak. Again. Yuji. Burek, Ma. Yuji. Eshus Ma. Osto. Skop Yuji. Eshus Ma. Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Osto.
Skopos, Mak, Yuji.
Burek Ma. Yuji. Eshlos.
Yuji, Mak.
Burek Ma. Eshlos. Skopos. Yuji. Diat. Burek. Oh, Yuji. Again.
Eshlos, Yuji, Mak, Yuji.
Skopos. Eshlos. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji.
Okay.
Eshlos. Again. Yuji. Again. Mos inter. Ma. Eshlos.
Mak, Erjos.
Yuji. Ma. Eshlos.
Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eshlos.
Yuji. Ma. Eshma. Yuji. Ma. Eshlos. Ma. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Eshlos. Bur. Osto. Skopo. Ma. Yuji. Osto. Yuji. Hey, Eshma. Dilis Moke.
Eshlos.
Eshma. Osto. Yuji. Moma. Yuji. Erjos. Yuji. Burek. Eshlos. Burek. Skopo. Yuji. Hey, Poro Fras. Hershlo. Akesh. Skopos. Yuzmak. Skopos. Yuzmak. Yuji. Yuzmak. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos.
Okay.
Yuji. Eshlos. Herjos. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Herjos. Eked. Shvest. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Seems he is just going to continue to spam out.
Aked. Diot. Burek. Diot. Burek. Aked. Herjos. Aked. Yuji. Skopos.
If that's the case,
Ma. Eshlos. Ma. Eshlos. Ma. Eshlos.
we will. Oh, he's just going to spam out Cav for a while longer. I just got to play a nice defensive game.
Yuge schloss. Yuge.
Most Lion. Osto Schwest. Bur Aked. Burek. Yuzmak. Yuji Aked. Skopos. Yuzmak. Herj Aked. Mak. Burek. Yuji.
Mak. Esh yuge. Ma. Esh yuge. Schloss. Mak. Yuge.
Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji. Ma. Eshlos.
Erjos.
Burek. Eshlos. Yuji. Skopos. Eshlos. Burek. Skop. Yuji.
I'm going to try this this raid out and see if we lose everything to it. Actually, it might be better to go to the other one.
Skopos.
Burek, Eket. Yuzmak, 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 Yuji, Mak, Burek, Yuji. Skopos, Los. Yuji, Yuzmak.
Erjos. Olia.
Skopos,
Yuge.
Burek, Yuji.
Mak. Erjos.
Yuji, Mak, Skopos, Mak. Yuji, Eket. Yuji, Eket.
Mak. Yuge.
Es Yuji.
Erjos. Eschlost.
Burek, Skopos, Mak, Burek.
Yuge.
Yuji, Mos, Intu. Schmak, Diot. Burek. Os Schwest, Erjo, Os Eket. Skopos, Mak, Eket. Yuji, Schmak. Yuji, Schloss. Yuji, Yuzmak, Schloss. Burek, Mos, Intu. Erjo, Schloss. Skopos, Mak, Yuji. Yuzmak, Schloss. Yuzmak. Schmak, Yuji. Mak, Schloss. E poro fras. Yuji. Bur, Yuji. Yuji. Also Eket. Bur, Eket. Mos intem. Skop. Diot. Herjos. Eket. Diot. Yuji. Schloss. E poro fras.
Yuge. Erjos.
Burek, Yuzmak. Yuzmak. Yuji, Eket. Burek, Eket. Herjos, Eket. Skopos, Yuzmak. Burek, Yuji. Bayen, Yuji. Os Bayen. Burek, Yuzlo. Yuzmak. 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 Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuzmak. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Poro fras.
Skopos. Erjos. Mak. Yuge. Erjos. Mak. Yuge. Mak. Eschlost.
Skopos, Yuji.
Skopos. Olia. 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 Erjos. Mak. Olia.
Skopos, Eshlut Bayen.
Okay, we win. We survived.
Yuge.
Skopos, mos intel.
Es lost. Mos inten os schwest. Kerjomak schwest.
Kerjos. Buka, buka.
I just want to get to the next stage, please. I need an answer for these bloody the pacifists.
Okay. Buka.
There we go.
Uji. Okay. Buka.
I just need more military barracks. I should probably not that one.
Skopos. Okay. Buka. Kerjos. Osto. Uji. Skopos. Okay. Okay. Ma. Uji. Eslos. Ost. Kerjos. Ma. Kerjos. Okay.
GG. The answer to her pacifist is caterpillars. Oh. Oh dear. Hero citizen on Lush with survival equipment. Ah, true. True, I should have just heroized everything and then attacked back. That's true. With all the Caladrias, you can't kill any of my guys. Yeah, crazy aggression. This map is really tough to make like this work unless you can cut this off. So if you're going to go for if someone's going to go for this sort of pressure, you have to identify all the gold mines and send the villagers forward to block this off. So whether you're dropping buildings down here, like there's so many buildings here, right? We don't need them all in our main base if we're going to be playing like this. We need to move a villager forward, build here, maybe wall this off so we can focus on this side. Because otherwise I'm just going to be rotating. Even if you break through my wall, I can just rotate and then send stuff over here and then send these guys over to here. And it's kind of tough for it. But guy OP. We beat the OP Poseidon. GG. Tough game. Tough game for sure. Caladria too strong. I'm going to run to the toilet, guys. I'll be back to play some more. Give me a second. Wow. Do I have a UTI? No. I went and got water as well. And I washed my hands. See? Takes time. Isn't make just one type of military a mistake? In that case, I didn't really have any other options. Like, I wanted to build a counter to the Hypaspis, and I started building some Carabalister, but I had one. that was the goal. And if I survive, I survive, I guess. I don't really have another good unit to build. A couple more Carabalister wouldn't have been a terrible idea, but I mean, we had to get to the next stage. All right, another game here. Now on to Blue Lagoon. Let's see how we go here with another low win rate god. Should be some fun. As we're going against Paddy again, and we got Shenong. All right.
请建主公，猎人。是的，什么猎人？
Off to the races. Okay, I can focus now. I can talk. I don't need to focus anymore. The start for China is always so like, I don't know. It's just so many actions you need to do. You have to look for where to put the silo, make a decision on your build order, get your granary, get your house down, get your scout moving, all in like the same breath, so to speak. But we got there. Next thing we have to watch is that this guy, because I always overgather with him. We just have to get enough to get our temple going. I should do this here. Just run over here. Okay, so next one here is going to be temple. If you install a chip in your brain and connect it to your PC, then you will be rank 1 unbeatable. True. Need to need the Mr. Chip. Okay. If we come this way, we drop this way. I don't think I need to run that way anymore. Wait, what's the relic? I want that. I don't want him to have that. We have to stay around this side then. So it's 50, and then I come back over onto wood. If he, oh shit. Basically, if he gets that relic, we have some struggle town. So I just need to make sure I grab it. And then we're coming over onto this tree here, I think. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. Okay, I left too many villages on food here, but I do want to be going halberdiers at the start. Oh, it's okay. What's my first myth unit? Yatsu. 2 Yatsus. Okay, so we can go straight into super dudes, but we're not actually looking to... Actually, I might not grab him. Oh, I should be grabbing... Let's grab that.
是的。
是出发，伐木工。
是出发，遵命，请出发。准备好，遵命，出发。什么？出发。准备好，遵命，出发，请下命令，遵命。是的，出发。请出发，遵命，出发，遵命，出发。
准备好了，建筑工。 什么？建筑工。
什么？出发。遵命，出发，遵命，出发。
是的，建筑猎人。
出发，出发，出发。
好，遵命，出发。
准备好了，遵命，出发。
出发，遵命，前进。
请出发。
为就绪，出发。
什么？遵命。是的，出发，攻击开战。遵命，请下命令。
是的，遵命，建筑工。
准备好了，遵命，出发。
He's stealing my strats.
是的，
请出发，建筑工。
出发，是的，出发，请遵命，遵命。
什么？遵命，建筑工。
请下遵命，矿工。请出发，准备好了，出发。是的，请下命令。什么？出发。 请下命令，遵命，攻击。准备好了，什么？出发，遵命。是的，
准备就遵命，出发，攻击。是的，好的。攻击，出发，
请下遵命，出发，开战，遵命，是遵命，是遵命，请下出发。
准备好出发，建筑工。
准备好出发，建筑工。
遵出伐木工。
准备遵命。遵命，是攻击开战。
为就绪，出发。
请下命令，准备出发。
请下命令，出发，建筑工。
好的，请下命令，出发。
请遵命，出发，遵命。是的。 准备好什么？请下命攻击。
准备就遵命，前进。遵命，攻击。出发。
什么？
请下命令。
是的，遵命，建筑工。准备好了，出发，建筑工。
Really? These guys are stupid.
准备就绪，遵命。
是出发。准备好遵命。是出发。什么？出发。请下准备就绪。请下命令。的。遵命。出发。请下命令。出发。是的。遵
什
命。
么？遵出发，建筑工。
准备好了，请下出发。是的。什么？是的。出发。
是的，遵出发，遵命，建筑工。
准备好了，请下出发，开战。准备就绪。出发。是的，出发。是行，遵命。准备出发。是准备遵命，出发，遵命，出发，出发，遵命，遵命。什么？准备好了。遵命，出发。是的，请行。请下命
命！是的。什么？走出！遵命！
请下出遵命，伐木剑主公。
请下命！是的。出发！出发！是的。下命令。开攻击！是的。备就绪，出发。请下出发！出发！遵命！出发！遵命！准备好了。遵命！出发！攻击！向准出发！是的，准备好了。
准备好了，出遵命，剑主公。
什么？是出发？遵命，请出发。出发。什么？遵命，出发。剑主公，是的，出发。
Okay, we set up our
是的，出发。
our stuff here.
是的，出发。遵命，准备好了。什么？准备好了。遵命，出发。请下命，出发。是剑冲击，准备遵命，遵命。是的。什么？准备遵命，遵命，出发。
出发，剑主公。
准备好了。剑主公。准备出发，请下遵命。是的，出发，遵命。出发，遵命，出发。遵命，出发。开遵命，攻击。出发。攻击，开是的。准备好了。请下命令。出发，遵命。准备好，是的，遵命。请下，准备好了，出发。
什么？
I'm getting owned.
剑主公，请下剑准备，剑主公。
请下命，出发。准备好了，请出发。遵命，出发。遵命。准备出发。什么？出发。是的，遵命。出发。请下准备好了，出发。是的。剑主公。
剑主公，什么？剑主
请下命，遵命。遵命，准备出
I think I might be dead. I need like a ton more wood here.
请下命出发，剑主公。是的，剑主公。
是的。
Not wood food.
则出发，剑主公，请下命，出发，遵命，出发，遵命，
准备好了，遵命。猎人，请下命令。出发，猎人。
好的，出发，是的，准备出发，出发，请出发，是的。 准备好了，好的，出发，请下命，遵命，遵命，出发，请遵命，好的，
什么？剑主
是的，遵命，什么？遵命，准备好了，出发，准备好了，遵命，剑主公，
是的。
出发！什么？出发！出发！是的，出发！
准备好了，剑主公。
准备好了，出发！出发！
I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through this.
遵命，出发！
Um.
请下命，遵命，什么？遵命，出发！是的，建筑，是的，遵命。是的。 准备好了，开战！攻击！是的，出发！攻击！是的。
Alright, GG. I think I was a bit slow. A bit too slow here. Maybe I should have just gone town center. I made fire archers for some reason as well. That was stupid. They don't do anything. I think I should have just gone all on halbs and javelineers, and I think I would have been okay. But just a bit too slow, unfortunately. Ah, well, GG. Yeah, the Toxotes actually do really well into halberdiers. Toxotes do great into halberdiers. Why didn't I use the god power the first time? I think I thought I was going to win the fight, and I didn't want him to click ceasefire. But in hindsight, I should have clicked it, because ceasefire then would have been good for me. Yeah. But maybe in that situation, I need to go more heavy onto Shenong farms with my god power, with my favor. Like earlier on, because that's going to get me a lot more food for halberdier spam. I also didn't have my halberdier upgrade, like the medium infantry. I was just in a world of hurt in that game, I think. He played very well. Now we have to play Mediterranean. I didn't tell you how... Oh, okay, we're not playing Mediterranean. This guy just only wants to spam Hippias, and that's it. Fair enough. You didn't tell us how I can speak Japanese. I studied. Kinda. I think I worked hard for about a year. I cruised, but still studied for another year. And then I kind of just I made Japanese friends in those 2 years, and I've just sort of chatted with them. Yeah, I've been to Japan a few times. Yeah. I only like water maps versus AI. Why? I don't mind the water maps. They're fine. Water maps are fine. We now need you to learn German. True. Unfortunately, I think learning a language takes just a huge amount of effort. Like you need to put lots of hours in. That's the thing. Like in succession. It's not like total hours. Like total hours matters, right? Like a lot of people go, "How long have you been learning the language for?" And I say 3 years, right? But it's not 3 years. Like it's hours in a day. That's the important part to get something done. You know, you have to put like minimum 2 hours to get anywhere serious in the language for several months. That's my experience at the very least. Everyone's experience is a bit different, but yeah, you can learn Japanese by watching anime. I know many people who have learnt and become very fluent by starting with anime. Me personally, I don't particularly like it that much. Is Athena Rush strat dead now? I mean, I haven't really seen anyone rushing with Athena recently, but going Athena and making an army and playing a game is and putting pressure on is pretty good. 2 hours per day is a fuck ton of time. Yes. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to do this shit. I've got no idea what you're saying there, Imixel7WL. I never saw you when I walk in the street. Boy, Perth is not big enough. I always keep an eye out to the bald guy. There's just too many bald guys. That's why you never see me. I'm if you go to the Mustang the Mustang bar on a Friday, I'm often there from around 7 till 9:30. Oh, Nigero. I see. The run away. Let's run. Everybody run. No, Friday Mustang Bar is the swing dance. I play piano there. I think the next one I'm on there is late this month. Really? What is happening? I'm just getting dodged. Burger beer, $5. That's it's value, man. Mustang is value. You just got to be non-native English speak. You automatically learn English as well. Yeah, I mean, there is this argument that I've heard around language learning that if you don't try to learn the language, you're going to learn it. You just have to like be wanting to do something not related to the language, but inside of the language. Does that make sense? So, for example, if I want to learn how to cook a certain Japanese recipe, I go watch that Japanese recipe. I watch the person doing the thing, speaking, explaining what they're doing while they're doing it. And you sort of learn that way very, very efficiently. Like, you would be surprised how efficient it is. I mean, we can go into a huge conversation on my opinions on language learning and how screwed up, like, academic language learning is, like the way that they teach you in schools. But I'm not going to. Maybe I will. I don't know. Dodd Fox. The Fox Dodd man. I think I'm going to be dead. I don't think I can win this one. To be honest. This map is garbage as well. We gotta. This is one of the best players at the moment, I think. Yeah, I can't mess around against him. If I want to win, I don't know if I'll be. I don't think I will be able to win here. I think this is such a tough matchup. When someone plays it really well, like it's really tough.
Los mos interbergos. Yuskopos.
Skujmak Osto Schwest. Herr Joes.
Bergos. Bureg. Yushi. Bureg. Yushi. Yushi. Bureg. Eket. Skopos. Yushi. Bureg.
Yeah, there's some room here for some classical aggression, I think. Unless I misscouted.
Osto. Yushi. Bureg. Diat. Eket. Diat. Bureg. Bergos. Osto. Yushkopos. Bureg. Schloss. Skopos. Yumak. Yushi. Herjos. Skopos. Mos intum.
Bur Yuji Mos Intel.
Bureg. Skopos. Yushi mak. Osto. Yushi. Yushi. Mak. Yushi. Osto. Yushi. Mak. Osto. Yushi. Schloss. Mak. Mos intum. Bureg. Yushi. Skopos. Bureg. Yushi. Osto. Yushi. Mak. Bureg.
Okay, we're gonna open double barracks. I think.
Osto. Eket. Bureg. Skopos. Eket. Dia. Skopos. Osto. Bureg. Yushi. Yushi. Osto. Skopos.
Yuji. Mak. Schloss.
Bureg. Schloss. Herr Mak. Schloss.
Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Schloss.
Bureg. Schwest. Bureg.
Erjos. Yuji.
Herjos.
Yuji.
Yuzmak. Yuji. Skopos. Also. Yuji.
Herr Joes. Schloss. Eket. Eket.
Yuji. Osto.
Skopos. Yuji. Bureg. Schlo. Mak. Porov. Yuji. Dilis Moke.
Bureg. Mak.
Yuji. Voliat.
Bureg. Mak. Schlo. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Skopos.
Erjos.
Herr Yuji Mos Intel.
Herjos. Yuji. Bureg. Schloss. Skop. Yuji. Yuji. Osto.
Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Bureg. Yuji.
Bureg. Mak. Vayen. Yuji. Skopos. Eket. Vayen.
Bureg Schwest.
Herjos. Osmak. Yuji. Esmak.
Yuji Schwest.
Mak. Schloss. Skopos.
Herjos.
Yuji. Bureg. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Mak.
Oh, fuck me. How am I gonna get to that shit there now? I gotta go around it.
Osto. Mos Intel.
Herjos. Also Vayen.
Herr Vine.
Yuji. Eket. Vayen.
Skopos.
Skopos.
Skvoliat. Schwest.
Bureg. Mak. Schloss.
He's gonna wall there as God. I literally hate this. Why? What am I supposed to do? How am I? Okay, we go through this way maybe.
Herjos. Yuji. Os. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
He's already got it walled off, doesn't he? This is so stupid.
Skopos. Bureg. Yuji. Yuji.
God, I love how broken
Bureg. Yuji.
how broken easy it is to defend sometimes.
Erjima. Schloss.
Yuji. Dilis Moke.
Yuji.
Yuji. Skopos. Bureg. Schloss.
I cocksucker.
Yuji. E poro fras.
Esh ma Yuji.
Bure. Skop ma. Bure. Dile Yuji. Yuji. E dile smok. E poro fras. Skopos. Bure. Ma. E poro fras. Skopos. Yuji. Skopos.
Esh mak vavayen.
Bure. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Dile smoke. Bure. Skop. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji.
Yuji. Erjos. Os.
Skopos. Bure. Skop. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Skopos. Bure. E poro fras. Yuji. Ma. Skop. Yuji. Schloss. Skopos. Bure. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Bure. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Dile smoke. Ma. Bure. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Skopos. Bure. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Skop. Ma. Bure. Ma.
Skopos, mak,
Yuji. Yuji. Eke.
Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Schloss.
Erjos, Yuji.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji.
Bur Giat.
Burek. Eke. Mos intum.
Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Bure. E poro fras.
Yuji.
Ah!
Skopos,
Skopos.
Os. Yuji. Momo mak. Os mak.
Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Bure. Yuji.
Esh ma Yuji. Mak. Esh mak.
Skopos. Ma. Bure. Yuji. Dile smoke.
Yuji. Skopos, Yuji. Esh los.
Yuji. Bure. E dile smoke.
Esh mak. Volia. Eke.
Ma.
Yuji. Ma. Esh los.
Yuji. E poro
Burek.
fras.
Eke.
Bure. Ma. Schloss.
Os.
Yuji.
Os. Esh los.
Bur Eke. Erjo. Mos Inter.
Skopos. Bure. Yuji. Skop. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Bure. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Bure. Schloss.
Ma. Oso. Eke.
Skop. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma.
Burek.
Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Bure. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Skop. Ma.
Yuji. Esh mak. Os. Yuji. Mak. Eke. Eke. Yuji. Os.
Bure. Skopos. Schloss.
Skopo.
I just want to resign.
Yuji. Mak.
Skop. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Skop. Schloss.
Like,
Yuji. Bure. Skop. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Bure. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Schloss.
it's so stupid, man. How am I supposed to break this? What am I supposed to do?
Skopos. Yuji. 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 Schloss. Diles. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Bure. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma.
Bur Erjo. Mos Ishlos. Ost Giat.
Skopos. Yuji. Bure. Ma.
My units are so fucking slow. What are you doing in this army?
Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Skopos. Bure. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. E poro fras. Skop. Ma.
Erjo, Yuji. Esh lo, mak, Yuji.
Bure. Skopos. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Ma.
Yuji. Schmak. Ishlos. Yuji. Vavayen.
Skopos. Yuji. Bure. Yuji. E poro fras. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Ma. Dile smoke. Skopos. Bure. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Bure. Ma. Schloss. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. E poro
Erjos.
fras.
Eke. Burek. Mos intum.
Bur Mos Inter.
Yuji. Dile smoke. Dile smoke. Skopos. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. E poro. Schloss. Yuji. Bure. Skopos. Dile smoke. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss.
Bure, Yuji, Mak. Bure, Yuji. Bure. Yuji, Mak. Evilus Moke. Yuji, Bure. Bure, Bure. Yuji, Bure. E poro fra. Yuji, Gopos, Bure, Yuji, Yuji, Gopos, Bure, Bure, Yuji.
Defensive god powers. Defensive god powers need to be put in the bin. Like how is it that I don't have these? Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't get it. Like, I can't even get in here and do my wall trick. I couldn't even build a wall here, right? Like, I was going to. Look at this. I can't show it off. I want to go into the replay and show. I couldn't build my wall here for whatever reason. I don't know why. It just wouldn't let me. Yeah, I think if I walled this off with a forest and I walled this off with a forest, then he still just walks like this around here and then puts the town center up and then I cry. Yeah, I guess I lose the game as soon as he gets the town center up. I think I missed line of sight on it by that much, but I don't think I can stop the town center anyways because he probably brings like 8 villages up. Super stupid. Like if you have any decent town center, like there's no point in playing the game. Like I just lose because I can't, like the only other strategy I've got is 2 town center rear and try and push and win, but that also, to be completely honest, doesn't seem like it works unless I have a really good second town center, because he's gonna run around with an Achilles and just fuck me up. Full automaton Terma into heroic. Yeah, I probably should have done that. But if I go for automaton, don't I just lose to Ares? Like every single time? Like, am I just rolling your dice to see if you go for Ares or Athena? Like, technically speaking, Ares is actually the better choice, like, against Gaia. Can you play an eco-center game against it? Not on that map. There's not enough weight. There's not enough, like, pathways around to actually do things and, like, abuse his immobility. It's like I'd rather lose like that and try and do something than sit there and boom for 15 minutes in hopes that my attack works. Yeah, but then you lost to Automaton, didn't you? The secret's out. Automaton beats Athena. But I can't. Maybe I just have to not advance until I see your classical age, and then I advance. If I see Athena, then I'll go Automaton. I'll just make like 10 oracles. Well, in the archaic age, and advance for like 6 minutes. You don't see how Automaton work? They probably don't work either. I mean, at least you can run underneath the fucking arrow fire. Maybe I should have just run straight through the town center and see what happened. Nah, I mean, I saw the back town center and I was like, okay, I can put pressure on. And then I like, oh wait, he just grabs the forward town center and now one wall and I'm dead. Like, I mean, I looked at the map and I thought my idea was good. But I can't stop the fucking town center from going up. Oh yeah, in this game, I don't see how my automaton, running around automatons would have done anything. Put one wall. The other walls are up. Maybe I shouldn't have fucked around on the right side and I should have just been hitting the left side. But then, like, what am I attacking? The main base. Get watchtowers. Maybe that would have been the better play. Just go straight for the main base. Like when I played against this and I did this against you with Egyptian, I felt like I could get so much more shit done because you can't just put one wall. Like this bullshit here. Okay, I think that this map should not spawn forests in these gaps. This is already enough. And all of a sudden you get this little gap and you're like, let me just put a wall here and then 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 a wall here. And I'm just like, well, fuck that. I can't do anything. Let me run through here. I can't get out because you put a wall here, you know? Yeah, I just like losing this oracle. I don't want to lose it, but I also need to have eyes on this. I should have realized that. I just didn't realize it. But I mean, I probably can deny it. I got 3 Murmillo here. I can definitely deny this. Maybe not. I'm sending everything up here. I got starved for food as well. I'm just racing after a fight. Also, this triggered me. Like, running through this gap and I couldn't, like, stop the guy. you reckon I can kill this? Should be able to. Don't get this tech. Maybe I just drop 2 TC here. I should have just left these guys over here. Main base, I can hit the berries, I guess. Yeah, I'm just doing fuck all with these units. Meanwhile, it's like there's just nothing to attack. This is the only thing to attack at the moment. My bad. Should have just gone fast 3 TC and done nothing in the game. Yeah, that's so triggering. Like the game before, like I felt like I just played bad. I lost that game. This game I just felt hopeless. Oh well. It's just because Hades is just a piece of shit god. Best defense, best late game. Why is that a thing? Why is it best defense, best late game? Why do you put gods like that in the game? Why can't it be like best late game but fucking awful defense? Do you know what I mean? Like that should be the way it works. Why is it Fushi Shinong best late game, but fucking God. Best defense, best late game. I hate that. I hate that archetype. We got Jack out here. He's watching me. He sees that I'm raging about Hades and he goes, I'm going to pick Hades. Now we can have like another not fun game. Seriously, why does anybody enjoy playing Hades? Nobody plays him fun. Everyone plays him like a little rat bag. Oh. Okay. Is it intentional that Neja takes up no pop? Probably. I mean, he costs nothing. It's 150 gold to build that fucker. Basically free. What about I start figuring the game out as man, I know how to play it. I just don't want to. Plus, it's like guy just can't win there. Like that's the thing. That's why I did that strategy. That's why I went for that thing because I know that it's like an incredibly tough matchup. So I try something offbeat, but it's like I get fucked by a tiny wall. It's like if I was playing versus someone maybe like less good, I would play the other strat because I know that there's like an angle there to win. If they make mistakes. No, I didn't mean to be. I'm just frustrated. That's all. Sometimes I get frustrated. That's part of the stream. Okay. It's one way to go, I guess.
Girej. Erifir.
Inage regere I knew.
I don't really know what I want to do here, to be honest.
Enito Greek.
Let's go and see if he's got that town center, I guess. Okay, so now we got to come on to gold a lot. Over here, we'll go on to this one.
Antio. Akayo.
Dayo UIR. Ayo refer. UIR. Entio. Inage Bea. Gerek Kid Bea.
Inage.
Inwech.
Erifir.
Eni Dayo. Ayo refer. Greek UIR.
Inwech. Antio. Girej. Akayo. And
Intact Kid. Inage Kid. Gerek Kid. Inage Reg.
Inage. Akayo.
Inwech. And you hit in a ear of new. In which year Bea in a you I you and you
Girej. Erifayo.
ayu you I
Inage. Erifir.
into ayu dayo in kid in Gerek kid in a kid you get in kid you kid in kid in you ayu ayu repair you I air ayu you Greek ayu you I air image right
Erifir.
dayo any and into like you I air nine dish Greek you dayo get you and you I air ayu repair Greek dayo get into ayu dayo enito Greek and which eni ayu dayo ayu repair get
There you go. You got an angry game. That's an angry game. I should have done that with Gaia. I should have gone 3 TC, fast heroic, double Migdol, right? Hear me out. 3 TC, fast heroic, double Migdol, triple barracks. Like, sorry. Say that again. 3 TC, immediate siege works with Gaia. Immediate siege works into double castle, triple military barracks, and then full spam, and then I just win. That's what I should have done. I should have done that last game.
And wedge.
I'm tilted. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to cast some games because I think I want to stop playing for a little bit. I need a break. I need a break from it, or I need a break. I don't want to play. I want to play against a whole batch of Hades just trying to ruin my day. Let's find a game to cast. Hey. Here you go. Let's watch a game of okay, yeah, this will be instructional, I think. This will be very instructional. I'm gonna go. Oh, I've got some water here. I'm gonna drink some water. Man, there's so many fun gods. Like, there's so many gods that are like incredibly fun to play. You know, like super interactive. You've got Thor. You've got Odin. You've got Loki. You've got Oranos. You've got Kronos. You've got Gaia. You've got Zeus. You've got Poseidon. You've got Set. You've got Ra. Even Isis is interactive. You've got Fushi. All these gods are interactive, but like I feel like all I see when I play ranked is this guy and this guy and this guy and possibly this guy with a tinge of this guy. Like, I play versus Poseidon, I'm totally happy. You know what I mean? It's wild. Like, here's what I reckon. Now, let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. It'd be fine if you want to play a really defensive game, and at the end of it, you come out like, not with like the best late game ever, but you come out with like a late game that is top tier, and everyone else's late game was top tier. Sorry, let me start this again. If the game was balanced such that the late game was where the balance sat, I would be a hell of a lot less upset about playing against this guy, because I would play for late game. If someone wants to play an uninteractive style, I'd be like, great, I will play for the late game now. But because the balance in the late game isn't quite, it's the design of Age Mythology, which is probably something that could get tweaked and would be very fun, I think. If every god here had an equal shot in the late game, we'd get somewhere. So how do you do that? I don't know. You design it so that everyone's late game has got exactly the same stats, exactly the same stuff. You can't do that. Very, very tough. Maybe you make it so... Actually, here's one thing that can happen. You make it so that these god powers, like these types of god powers, or these types of things, which it's like gives you tons of resources going into the late game, or tons of population going into the late game, are equal to everyone. All of these need to be accessible. Do you know what I mean? For every god. So Isis has got this inherently in her kit with the plus fortifications, right? Sorry, not fortifications, plus population. So if she has 3 town centers, she's going to have an extra 15 pop. If you place down a plenty vault, you get an extra 12 pop. Effectively in terms of economy, right? What do these guys have? Why are these guys late game so good? I think it's just the heroes are just busted. It doesn't even matter. I think if the heroes weren't busted, they wouldn't be top tier. Then you got these guys have got Citadel, right? They've got Citadel. Guys kind of got something with the Hesperids tree. Kinda. But I can't play for the Hesperids tree because I have to play for Rhea so that my actual army can fight against Hades. It's almost there. Like, it almost works. Yeah, okay. All right. Hear me out on this. We rework Vaults of Erebus. Gold Trickle needs to go in the bin. What if this thing gets reworked? I don't know what to. Oops. Survive the UFO attack. Mate, I want Hades to suck versus everything. Because he's an uninteractive god. So, I don't care. At this point, I don't particularly care about the balance there. I just don't want to play against a god. I know you don't approve. Play something fun then. Stop playing Hades. No more Hades allowed. Hades is banned. Banned from games versus me. Poor me and my random god. Why do I subject to myself? I should just play Isis every single game. I made this point, right? Like I could win like 90+% of my games by just like spamming Isis on the ladder, but then no one would play me. Or I would only play against Isis. I play Isis versus Isis. I need to take a break. I'm gonna grab a quick snack and then I'm gonna be back and then we're gonna watch this game and you guys are gonna enjoy. Just for the people out there who want to know exactly what's going on in this certain matchup. This Der Super Saiyan is currently rated. Hang on, let me just get him up. I don't want to misspeak, so he might be something else at the moment. He does sort of move up and down a little bit. The Super Saiyan is ranked 160th at the moment at 1677 rating. And Tunison, on the other side, is ranked 16 at the moment, 1989. I will cast this game after this. I'll be right back. All right, I got my snacks. Do you guys know what these are? I'm gonna eat these. These are gonna make me feel better. I'm an emotional eater. I eat tiny teddies when I'm upset. Not really. It's weird it hurt you so much. It was a little bit. I think I was just pissed off because I felt so hopeless. And I know how hopeless the matchup is. So it's just like, that's just like I should resign straight away, I think. School lunch, yes. We're going back to primary school here. To be honest, I don't think I ever ate these as a kid. Hear that crunch? Tried to eat tiny teddies as a cereal? I don't think so. It's got nothing to do with the power of Hades. Okay? Hades is probably middle of the pack at the moment, to be completely honest, right? Like Firefox said, he loses to China pretty hard. He loses to ISIS pretty hard. Like, you just saw what happened to Jack's Hades there. I literally did nothing. I just kind of made an army and then attacked him and he died, right? It's mostly just that it feels really uninteractive playing against this god. Unless the map is super open. In which case, man, there's some things I can do. I can have fun playing the game, you know? All right, let's watch this one, hey? What is going on, everyone? My name is Boyd. I have got the settings on incorrectly, and I am back with some more Age of Mythology retold action. In the top of the map, playing as Hades. His name is Der Super Saiyan. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Gaia. His name is Tunison. I got a question here. Can you tell me how to make snow weather in the AOM, the Titans maps like Midgard and Ghost Lake? I got no idea, my dude. No idea. I've got. You don't have to ask in any sort of modding things. All right. So we got ourselves a cheeky little game here of Gaia versus Hades. For some backstory for anyone who's just joining on right now, I just played this matchup. And it felt kind of unfun. So I wanted to watch someone else playing it and see what they do. And see what happens. So we're going to be off to the races here as everyone's going to be grabbing their goats and all the other good stuff. Now, this map is very different to the map that I was just playing on. I was playing on an Alfheim map. Super closed off. Super difficult to get anything done. So, we'll see how things go here for Mr. Der Super Saiyan, as there is a significant rating difference between him and Tunison. Tunison is one of the best players currently playing Age of Mythology, and Der Super Saiyan is currently ranked just outside rank 100. So, very, 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 very strong player here with Tunison. Now, one thing that Der Super Saiyan is really good at is he's very, very good at fundamental Age of Mythology. He's a very nice defender. And we'll see how he's going to go here. As, I mean, he's got a perfect map, or kind of a perfect map. He could have dropped the mining camp in the middle here and saved that a little bit, and he would have been fine. But there's not really much need for that, as he's grabbing himself that Vaults of Erebus. And the game to continue along here. On the other side, we do see Tunison grabbing himself hand axe. Pickaxe also queued up as well. Oceanus going to be the god of choice for Tunison, which does make the most sense here. There's two ways to play this for the Hades. One way I think is less correct than the other, or like, it's not necessarily not correct. You can still win going this way. But if you go for Athena, like we are seeing here for Der Super Saiyan, it does leave open a bit of a problem with dealing with automatons. Automatons can be somewhat of a difficult thing to deal with. Now, there are some angles to beat them. For example, getting a nice quick heroic mythic age in and sacking a whole bunch of stuff can work. You get out Perseus straight away, and then all of a sudden all the automatons are going to die in a couple of slaps. I don't know what's happening in my Twitch chat at the moment, so I'm just going to focus on the game, hey? So, yeah, my point here is if you go Ares, you leave yourself open the option to deal with automatons very, very simply, because Cyclops are incredibly good versus the automatons, as they do have, when upgraded, they do have splash damage, which basically means that their 3x versus the automatons is going to apply to a ton of them in an actual fight. Then on top of that, you also get divine damage hoplites, which are also going to be even better versus those automaton. And finally, you can get access to Hypaspis to deal with any sort of other units that are coming out. And then finally Peltas to deal with any sort of Karabala, so it's going to shut everything down. Now on the other side, if you go Athena... sorry, if you can't... The other thing is if you go automatons, it does leave open... and that's all leaving open some one talent center ideas as well, right? But if you go Athena... sorry, if you go Oceanus and your opponent goes for Ares, then all of a sudden you get access to all of the cheaper heroes that come with the upgrade. I don't think we got a barracks up just yet. We've got a talent center coming up for both players. You go straight in for that, and you're good to go. So you can just get full mass Catapulti, Mermillo, get some Terma or some Caraballister out there, and it's tough, but it's winnable versus the Cyclops sort of strat, so which does force the Hades player to then go into a slightly different style, which would be more defensive, such as grabbing a back town center and then playing for like a super death ball type thing on 2TC, and that can work very, very nicely as well. Nonetheless, town center's up for both players, and they're both going for basically the same talent center. Huge amount of hunt on both of these. This talent center here for Tunison is absolutely amazing. This is the type of talent center that if I see as a Gaia player, I'm going to grab this one, and I'm going to be able to actually execute a strategy that it is reliant on the map to be able to do this, right? And that strategy is effectively we're going for a fast heroic, and you should be aiming, I think Tunison's making a bit of a mistake here, you should be aiming for fast tier 3 eco ups, which means grabbing these as soon as possible in the classical age, because your opponent here is going for the talent center, right? So they're not going to be able to put too much pressure onto you right away. And a later heroic age doesn't matter that much because you're so far away. So going for fast bowsaw, fast shaft mine, and then when you hit the heroic age, straight into quarry carpenters, and now we get ourselves all the eco advantage to start pumping up units to just break through all the stuff the Hades player is going to be doing. You hit an insane timing on them, and if they're just going to sit there and take it, you should be able to find some wins. The problem is not every map is created the same, right? If this town center was, say, like this distance away from your opponent's base, right? We grab this town center or something like that. Then all of a sudden, the Hades player is going to hit the heroic gauge in record speed, drop a fortress, and then be able to start sieging you down. And you're just going to start slowly dying to this siege, and you're not going to be able to hit your timing because everything's just going to become chaos, right? So this is a perfect opportunity to be doing this. And we are now actually seeing the upgrades coming through for Tunison. He queues them all up. and he's going to be off to the races here. He's going to be advancing. Yeah, the only thing would have been to grab those just that little bit faster, but nonetheless, he grabs them. And we'll see if he goes for the next tier immediately as well as military barracks coming up. Wouldn't be a bad idea to just drop another eco guild so you can get them straight away as well, just to speed them up a tiny little incy bit, and also spreads out lush as well. Never a bad idea to just drop a random eco guild for extra lush. On the other side here, we see Dirt Super Saiyan starting up his walls. Still playing very, very defensively here for the start of the game. And not a whole lot to continue here. As the military barracks are now up. Hoplite coming up onto this side. A couple of jabs into the back of that bad boy. As he will end up going down. Nice find there for Do Super Saiyan. Tunison could also start just pumping out a couple more oracles on his defense just to have them. He's got 4 at the moment, which is 3 at the moment, which is a reasonable number, but go up to 5 or something when you go into the heroic age as well, so you can have a huge amount of income, as we are seeing Tunison now going for a bit of a greedy batch of boar here. But if he drops a palace down, he's going to secure these boars and this gold mine and be relatively close to make a push into Der Super Saiyan's base. And yeah, I think here, okay, so here we see the first little mistake from Tunison. It's not gigantic. He still has an advantage here because he's got both of those upgrades. But in missing Carpenters and Quarry, straight away, his timing is not going to be felt as hard. And unlike Kronos and Oranos, who can do this sort of strategy with Prometheus and heroizing their citizens to get that extra boost of economy, Gaia can't do that. Gaia needs these extra upgrades. And they are relatively cheap as well. If you take a look at them, they're 131.95. That's the heroic age in for the Super Saiyan. And we are seeing Orichalcum Male, Medium Murmillo, Behemoths coming through. Still no Palace up just yet. But Tunison, did he get a second Deuterino? We are seeing the Murmillos moving forward. I think the reason for this might be to just deny any sort of like forward fortress. But realistically, he's got to be careful here because immediately you're going to start seeing Der Super Saiyan go, all right, time to build some Haspist, which are going to be a big problem for Tunison to deal with if he's going to go full in onto Murmillo here. As the Behemoth wandering forward. The other thing you got to be careful is if you get caught out with those Behemoth, then the heroes are going to be able to chase down or you get caught out with this army, then the heroes can chase down the Behemoth on the retreat, and that's going to be very, very painful. So now we are also seeing Arcus coming through. Copper weapons coming in as well. Archery range, military academy on the way. As Divine Blood coming in. Bosaur as well there for Der Super Saiyan. As the heavy infantry on the way. Arcus still with 0 upgrades. Now Arcus here, the unit you're actually countering at the moment, I'm not sure. You guys tell me what you think about this. I don't think that Arcus really counter infantry at the moment. I don't think that that's what their job is. I think the Murmillo are totally fine at killing off infantry. Or generalist infantry. What the Arcus are good at is actually taking out Haspist. These things, 15% pierce armor. So what you want to do with them is you want to make sure that in this fight, you're actually targeting down that front line of Haspist rather than anything else, and let the Murmillos do what they want to do. So you've got to be very, very specific with that, as we do see Tunison being very sneaky with these Behemoth around onto the right side, going to knock the wooden gate down. Break his way through, try and take out the town center. And see what happens here. As the Murmillos pulling back. Tunison looking for a little bit of a fight. He is getting himself out some Contarius now, as well as a bit of a front line. That Nemean Lion is doing work here, giving a lot of good early game damage in. But nice control here from Der Super Saiyan with those Peltast to snipe out the backline Arcus. No control from Tunison to pull back or anything like that. As Restoration gets forced out and Tunison will need to retreat away. Meanwhile, Town Center down. Behemoth here are going to sacrifice themselves into some houses to clean those up. Totally fair. Got to get as much damage as you possibly can get done. But Tunison loses out on the army, kills his town, kills the town center. Now the citizens here are getting caught out. No palace down on this position like I was talking about. And this is what's going to happen unless you're very, very proactive with your army. As the citizen going to not, I don't even know if one of them is really going to be able to escape here. It's a very close fight at the moment. If the Peltas get dove on by those Contariats, it's going to be game over for those Super Saiyan's army here. As the Arcus will be able to take out these units. Do they have ballistics? They do not have ballistics in just yet. As heavy range soldiers on the way. Realistically, yeah, if you're playing against Trader, oftentimes deleting your high value myth units is actually the best play up until it's at like the 3rd or 4th cast. You can just play around it like that and just not build myth units at all versus Trader. Use these units to retreat back into the main area over here. Villagers over here pulling back. More archery range, military academy. Everything getting popped up onto the back here. Tunison is finding himself in a good spot, taking all these buildings down. He's then moving forward to put the palace right into center to control these gold mines. And he's going to start working towards making himself a lot of destroyers. On the other side here, Dirt Super Saiyan kind of looks like he's not cut military, but it looks like he's trying to get to the Mythic Age. He's got a nice gold mine secured over here with a fortress. This one's got plenty of gold mines saturating that. The food situation is looking decent as well, though grabbing quarry and... Oh no, that's from Tunison over onto the other side. He's just pre-queued everything there. As this forward military academy going down. Dirt Super Saiyan losing a ton of infrastructure here, but I don't know how much it matters. He's still pumping. He's not able to get to the next age just yet. He still needs a little bit more food. Now he says, okay, I better keep pumping units here to get myself up to full population. He doesn't have favor for another restoration as the Tunisian army to retreat back. This palace being up, one idea would be to start palace creeping forward here. So we drop one here, we drop one here, and then we start sieging away at the town center. Meanwhile, onto the left side here, 3rd town center coming up. A couple of farms to come down here as well. As Tunison has to start microing his socks off here. The Peltas ball doing nicely on this other side. Retreating back, those Peltas here need to get right on top of those Arcus, and it looks like Tunison's army will not be able to compete just yet. He's pulling back to his palace over here. More military barracks to get dropped down. He's just finishing up that 3rd town center, so I feel like he should be waiting on any sort of attack. Armory upgrade wise, nearly full bronze in. On the other side, there's Super Saiyan with full copper, but his army is just looking very, very strong. Meanwhile, ballistics to come in, a couple more behemoth to start popping out here. But the game after that fight ends up becoming very equal, because even though Tunison is probably in front on eco at the moment, losing that fight just kind of levels the playing field quite a bit. Now, one other idea here for Tunison would be to actually start up a trade route nice and quick, because unlike everyone else whose trade route kind of is a little bit meh in the heroic age, if you can start a market up and get yourself channels, and you can kind of lush highway your way to having super quick llama caravans, then it's actually quite good in the heroic age. You don't have to rush to you don't have to wait till the mythic age to get coinage to have a strong trade route. As the destroyers going to be diving in onto the town center. Generally speaking, making these pushes is very, very difficult unless you've got that forward palace down, which Tunison does not have at the moment. As the restoration coming through, Arcus going to be pulling back for the time being. Now the Contarius need to get over here and deal with these Petropolis, but fighting underneath this palace is going to make this fight very, very difficult. Steals one Petropolis. I like that play. More units piling it onto this position, as it does look like the army, however, for Der Super Saiyan is still looking just that tiny little bit too strong for Tunison. Does have the town center in the middle. 75 pop to 100. But he has taken huge damage from the palace in the center. There's the hoplites swinging in on the left. Everything starting to make life very tricky here for Tunison. Then the earthquake coming down. Tunison has to sort of... Well, can he just pop out and fight still? All these buildings falling. The palace still kind of alive here. One does end up falling. Tunison going to try and push back through here. Pulls those Arcus back ever so slightly. The other palace going to be falling. Population, however, for Der Super Saiyan is plummeting. So while he does break through the position for the time being, he does end up losing the fight. And where to next for Tunison? Meanwhile, immediately grabbing his own economic upgrades, going to be equalizing on the income as Der Super Saiyan rearing in on 100 villages, as Tunison says, hey, I'm not going to go to the right anymore. I've tried that. Let's try going to the left here. As he spots the fortress, a couple of destroyers are in. This gold mine area is very, very important for Der Super Saiyan, but there is still this one over here. Meanwhile, as well, Hecate to come through for Tunison. We'll see if Tunison's been paying attention. The idea of rushing for Lampedes is something that's on the cards for Tunison in this late game. He doesn't have the oracles out, unfortunately, though. As now Champion Peltast are in, and Tunison needs to pull back yet again, but going after villages underneath this town center. Petropolis here. Going to be going down. There's Petropolis as well. Going to be falling. And the palace. The bunch of palace will come back up. Now, maybe one idea here for Tunison would be to get out some fanatics here. He does have double upgraded fanatics, so it does make some sense to build them. They should do a little bit better against... Actually, maybe it doesn't make sense. There's no infantry at the moment. He does have access to that tech, right? As the palace are all coming up in the center. Grabs himself the town center back. Moving up to the top side here to try and push off of this gold mine. Spotting a Petropolis to take that out. Nice play. As the army for Der Super Saiyan making their way over here. Now, Der Super Saiyan didn't go for Hephaestus here, so he is missing out on a little bit of oomph in this Mythic Age that he would have had otherwise. As you do see the trader there on top of the Chimera stealing that one away. Armory upgrades are still sort of struggling for Der Super Saiyan as the Murmillos going to be pulling back. How much gold is remaining? There's about 4,800 here and 2,800 here. 2,800, 4,800. Now the destroyers coming back onto this left side. Tunison continuing to move from right to left, using this middle island to hop off. But at this point, Super Saiyan says, I've had enough of this. Let me go after your center here. The destroyers will be able to clean up this final sentinel. Will they go after the town center next? Yes, they will. Oh, gotta be so careful here. This Karkanos will kill everything. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. 300 pierce coming these Murmillos' way. Oof. Okay, it doesn't kill everything. It kills a huge amount of them though. That's 300 pierce, right? Or is it 100 pierce? Hang on, I need to check. I thought it was 300. It's 100 pierce. Okay, never mind. I thought it was 300. I don't know why. Huge amount of damage though. As the destroyer is coming back over onto this left side, but this will sacrifice the center to do this. And Tunison is struggling to get units out at the moment. He's got himself 12 military barracks. Still doesn't have this upgrade, which is super important. Conscripts and levy. Both of those help you out so much with production. Super Saiyan coming back over here, going to clean up these units. The villagers do manage to take out the majority of those destroyers. There's more destroyers coming through. A handful of Champion of Paspis is going to be more than enough to snipe these bad boys down before the town center falls. Perfect response from the Super Saiyan there. As into the main base, town center about to go down. Mythic Age does get hit. Where to drop the Tartarian Gate is going to be so important here. Do you go for the center to shut down the food? Do you go onto the right side here to shut down the gold? Do you go onto this town center or do you go onto this town center? My guess is this one's the best because it shuts this gold mine down and then you can attack onto the right side. At the very least, you shut down a little bit of gold income for a little bit here. But we are now going to be seeing Man of War coming out. And this might be a bit of a game changer here for Tunison because this guy packs a crazy amount of damage as the Tartarian Gate into the center of the map here. Villagers popping out, now starting to shank down, but those Tartarian spawns will have a field day with those villagers. They have their upgrade. Town center for the moment does survive, but a couple of Petropolis on this right-hand side coming through. Tunison still without spamming out those oracles. He's not going to be able to spam out Lampedes, which I think will be a huge advantage here. But actually, the Man of War might just be a better idea. Look at the damage that they do. They are effectively Son of Osiris, budget Son of Osiris, but you got 3 of them? As the Chiron coming through, we see restoration needed to try and help everything out. We see the Burning Pitch coming in clutch over here as well as the Tartarian Gate, one of the few buildings that doesn't come with 90% pierce armor, allowing those Toxotes to really go to town. You know, our destroyers coming back over onto the left-hand corner. Town center coming back up to full. And yeah, I love these Man of War. I think this is such a great way to play for this map here. Onto this right-hand corner, the fortress getting targeted down. Tunison still putting pressure on left, right, and center. However, Perseus is going to be able to really shut down the Man of Wars here, unless there's enough Arcus to deal with them. Look at that damage there. Like, all the armor in the world doesn't matter. You're getting 35 divine damage per attack. As the Kontari is coming in to pick off even more villagers. Look at the villager differential here. As Tunison to break down the right-hand fortress here. Super Saiyan will be able to deal with all this. Now, these Peltas, these Toxotes, you might say, hey, a great way to tank up these units is with destroyers. But because these guys have got the venomous passive from Plague or Shafts of Plague, all of a sudden, now these guys don't suck so bad against the destroyers. Now they actually start dealing with the destroyers. It's not a counter by any stretch. The destroyers are still decent, but it changes everything. No longer is the army so brutal, or the destroyers are so brutally efficient. They're less efficient. Anyways, the Man of War going down. Both of these ones going to be falling here. And Tunison trying to get into range to deal with those, but unfortunately loses both of them. Meanwhile, onto the front here, Tunison with the forward palace. Yeah, they aren't a Son of Osiris. They're budget Son of Osiris. If you have 3 of them, I imagine it's doing more damage than the Son of Osiris does. Because the Son of Osiris changed like 4 times. Man of War changed 3 times. I don't know. Anyways, Man of War. What a unit. Whole bunch of upgrades now coming through. We are seeing advanced fortifications coming in for Tunison. This makes these palace hit like a truck. And this is the sort of advantage, I think, that Tunison really needs here to deal with this Greek army. Palace plus army, fighting underneath it. Look at the damage. Now it's going up to 64.8 pierce damage per second. He's got himself iron weapons as well on top of it. These things will hit like a truck. And this is the sort of, this is the sort of help I think that Tunison's army is going to need to break through this Greek ball. Look at it. 100. He's got 8k military here, and he's got a restoration in the bank. But the villager differential is still favoring Tunison. He hasn't started up. He does have a trade route. Not the best trade route going from the back, and kind of on top of Lush. Needs to get another thing over here, but not the best. Only 23 gold there, apparently. It's going to that market. Can't believe that this bug is still in the game. I need to make a thing on that. Remind me to make a thing on that, chat, at the end of this game, please. As the Perseus ends up going down. Heliopolis rolling in here. And yeah, Tunison's economy is just in trouble here. He's not able to trade. He just can't trade. Unless he gets the full pop, then maybe. I mean, if he gets 100 extra population, he will be at 130 military pop. There's a palace coming up for Tunison over here as well. As the red units of Tunison simply pulling back. He can't really do anything to stop this push here. The Petropolis taking down the palace. A couple of villages here to help keep it alive. A Titan Gate coming in for Durst Super Saiyan to add insult to injury. Even though his economy is so far behind, he does have a trade route going as well. Even though his economy is so far behind, he's able to afford that Titan Gate because he doesn't have to spend on military at the moment. But he is losing a lot of units here while fighting underneath this palace, and this palace as well. As the restoration comes in, infantry units managing to surround all those peltas is going to be huge. Now, Fanatics do not have a bonus versus ranged units. Only well, actually nothing does, but they do have a little bit of a help. As one palace goes down, town center here will be falling soon, but no, the Petropolis gets converted there. But another Petropolis coming from another angle. Going to be able to finish this one off, it looks like. A couple of fire siphons now to start coming in as Durst Super Saiyan, in his moment to get to a Titan, no longer has the economy to reproduce his army here. And this is allowing Tunison, even though he's not able to quite get to pop, it's allowing Tunison to get through here, get damage done. Town Center, will it stay alive? It stays alive with one more kit would have taken that down. Manages to keep it alive just barely there. The villagers in the center going down as Durst Super Saiyan has no gold remaining here. Only the trade route, sacrificing villagers in to get just a little bits of gold in. As Tunison has to pull back yet again. Fire Siphon moving over to the left side here. Is he still going? He's still going to that trade route. Honestly, I think this would be a very, very different affair if these trade caravans were going to this market. They should go to it naturally, but they should go to it naturally, like automatically, to the furthest market. But for some reason, they're going to the first built market, I think, not the furthest market. As the Murmillos starting to come through. Another curse coming down. As Dirt Super Saiyan doing everything in his power just to give himself the tiniest bits of gold here. Could have something to do with it. I mean, I've seen it on every single map, so I don't know if it's got anything to do with amphibious terrain. I'm pretty sure they're just going to the first built market. I'm pretty sure it's just that simple. Unless it's changed in this patch. Anyways, Palace gets denied over here. And there's a Titan to come through for Dirt Super Saiyan. As he's going to be ready to start popping out over here, getting some damage done. But at the moment, it's basically just a Titan and a handful of dudes versus a 260 population Tunison army. Now, Tunison here will need full heroes to deal with this. The Titan is going to come through and kill everything. As the Arcus getting converted here, the Titan coming in a little bit slow on the attack there. Might have actually got some serious damage in. But Tunison turns around. Heroes to start cleaning up this one. It's going to be a slow grind as Dirt Super Saiyan still trying to grab as much gold as he possibly can. Tunison pulling back behind this position. Full population and a dream, but one Titan and a nightmare on the other side. As the Palace does get denied for the time being. 8 hero Arcus is not going to do it at the moment to take out the Titan very quickly. Toxotes to come through. They can start sniping down the Arcus as well. A couple of Peltas would not go astray here to cause some big problems as the middle town center will end up falling. Hero Fanatics getting converted in to try and deal with this Titan. But the longer this goes on, the stronger that trade route is going to become. But good control from Tunison. Nonetheless, he is... Wait, is he? Hang on. He's got to be making sure he's sniping down the right units with those Arcus. But there's one slap onto the Arcus. Absolutely gigantic. As the Peltas come through, sniping down those hero Arcus on the back. We do see 10 Oracles out now. They're not all positioned incredibly well. But the favor income should start going through the roof for Tunison. But... he's given the map back over to Dirt Super Saiyan. He's going to be able to clean this palace. He's going to be able to grab this gold mine. And he's going to be in a fantastic position. Meanwhile, Tunison is at 160 military villager, right? Or 148 villager count. So he's only got about 100 population to play with here in terms of military. As the town center coming through here. An attempt to pick off as many villagers as he possibly can. But, to Tunison's dismay, Dirt Super Saiyan has basically got 100 villagers and he does not need villager population anymore because his trade route, he's got 23 trade caravans. He's trading 60 gold a trip and he's in a fantastic spot. As the hero Fanatics getting converted back in. Only 1200 HP remaining on this Titan, but killing off the Titan is just the first step here for Tunison to try and win this game. He has to retake this entire position and see what happens from here. Titan down. Restoration coming in. The Titan does not get effect by healing, right? He can't get healed. Maybe he's unhealable. Yeah, so you does not die, but it's a good retreat there, keeping that bad boy alive to come around and then take out the palace on the left side. Another palace coming up on the right side, however, to claim or to prevent this gold mine from going the Super Saiyan's way. As the palace ends up falling, the Super Saiyan now going to grab the center of the map. And even with the Titan falling, it's going to be a 270 population Hades with a trade route, with full eco going, with Artemis, Shafts of the Plague Archers. What else can Tunison do in this spot? Mass Lampede is an option, potentially. I mean, he's lost a couple of oracles along the way. His oracles aren't spread out amazingly. He needs to get the upgrade to turn the units into chickens. But at the very least, if you get out like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Lampedes, it could be enough to turn the tide. You also need the answer for the Perseus, because he will make life very, very tricky for you. But nonetheless, a 260 population, excuse me. Still hasn't fixed his trade route, unfortunately. There's the Titan coming through, cleaning up the palace. Yet again, it's 218 pop for the moment as the Super Saiyan has more resources than he knows what to do with. But he can't get to pop at the moment. Has got himself a decent amount of military buildings. Could also get Gastrophedes in the mix as well to help out. But how can Tunison turn this one back around? He can go for his own Titan here as an option. Still has to finish off the remainder of this Titan first to get there. And he needs to get the resources in to do so. There's another fortress for Dirt Super Saiyan coming through. Over onto this side, breaking through the palace here. As the Titan of Dirt Super Saiyan very close to falling. It doesn't matter. You also have to remember this is a Hades Titan, so he's got a little bit of extra HP on top of him. A little bit more of a pain to kill off. More pallets coming up for Tunison as he's desperately trying to figure out a way forward here. There's a couple more hero fanatics to come in. They do get that bleed damage, which I think maybe someone in chat can... He did fix it. There you go. He fixes his trade route. Maybe someone in chat can help me out. Does that apply bonus onto the bleed as well? Or is it just one? Because you get... Or whatever it is. It does? It multiplies. There you go. So you get the bonus on the bleed as well. So down to 442 HP. A couple of Fire Siphon could be enough to finish this one off as well. Because they're doing crush damage, which has only got 80% crush armor. So it's not a terrible unit to be using here. As the Titan finally falls. But Dirt Super Saiyan has got Town Center, Fortress. Doesn't have himself advanced fortifications just yet. But doesn't matter here, is the question. There's the palace here. Does end up falling. And Tunison's hopes of winning this game seem to be dissipating. He's pre-queued out his own section of the Titans, but unlike Gaia, Hades has got an incredibly good roster to deal with the Titan. He's got Ajax, Chiron, Achilles, Perseus, Heliopolis, Bleed from the Archers, or Poison from the Archers. That's huge damage to come onto a high armored myth unit like a Titan there. Meanwhile, over onto this side, we see Dursu Poseidon doing some incredibly nice transport ship shenanigans. Gets onto this spot, drops the fortress, going to start sieging this town center, and that might be the end here for Tunison in this one. He's still at full pop, losing his military, however, and he does say, well, looks like the game is done, as he's not able to make it work. And Dursu Poseidon comes in with the dub, with the Hades. Well played to Super Saiyan here. What else could Tunison have done is the big question. I mean, the trade route doing what it did there did really hurt. Like, you take a look at these resources here, and I mean, would it have been enough? Probably. You see how much of an advantage Tunison has in terms of resources. Would it have been enough? I think so. I think it would have helped him out a ton. And that might have been enough to get him across the finish line. He did have an extra town center, and he just could not get up to full population. And you see this from the Hades. Like the economy is absolutely shot, but units killed loss is relatively close. Villagers killed, obviously 120 there for Tunison. 120. But could not find the win here. If you guys enjoyed the game, please make sure you hit the follow on the Twitch. If on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys in the next game. No, I think if you had his trade route set up correctly, I think you would have been okay. I think that was... I'm going to bug test this now. We're going to do a quick bug test, guys. So, what I would expect here is for me to send my trade caravan from this spot, hit the town center, and then come back to this market. What ends up happening is it comes here and then it goes to the first market built, I think. Now, we might be able to test this again. Yep. So it's going to the first market built. So what we're going to do now is we're going to delete that market. And I would expect this to come to... If it is the first market built, I'd expect it to go to this market. Okay, let's see. That's 1,000 gold because I have Devazd on. That's all. Don't worry about that. I expect it to go to here. It should go to here. That's where I would expect it to go to, but I think that it's going to the first market built. If I'm wrong and it's just the very, very first market, then that's different. It's looking like it's heading straight for this one. Yep. So the bug is that the camel caravan is going to the first market. So for everyone out there, you're going to get hit with this bug if you're building a market in your main base. So make sure you delete it at the moment. Obviously, I would really like it if this was fixed, but Play around the bug. Play around the bug. I'm going to make a bug report. Give me a second. And then I'll try and play some games. Okay. Team game today, maybe at the very end. Not a bug. Market didn't always work. No, no. I expect every single Age of Empires game works like that. The trade route should go to the furthest built market. That is the expected behavior, I think. I think everyone would expect that. Caravan should go from where it was produced? No, I think it should go to the furthest market. Let's not make things complicated. You only ever want it in the furthest market spot. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Best number 73. I think this is Barchi, right? We got the ISIS here. Okay, 10. Alrighty. Okay, it's two Rhino town center. I think we just go for a second town center. I might have to go for some early barracks or something like that, but if we play the Kavoth style, You should be okay. I mean, I could go for a different one. There's two ways to get through this early game, right? I can go for a whole bunch of priests and just walk over and drop it. But the fact of the matter is, I think I need... I think I want to play some spearman stuff anyways. Okay, now we come over here. Ah, no goats for me. Finding goats with Egyptian is one of the weaknesses of Egyptian, right? Yes! Some goats for me. Let's go. Oh my god. How do I lose a villager there though? Oh, I'm not building villages. Ah! Why am I not building villages? I thought I pre-queued the advance. Well, this game doesn't count. I just lost so much stuff here. Do I have a...
into you.
Inegere.
Greek tayo. And you eat into you. Into you. Into you. Into you at you. Girl. In ayo you and into you. You eat Greek. Ayo girl. Into you. Into you. And girl.
Greek.
And you. And ayo. And into you. You eat girl. Into you. Into you. And you eat into you. Ayo girl. And ayo. Into you. Great. No. Inito. Garrick, you refer.
Inito. And you kids.
And in you refer. And we tayo.
Greek.
Initi. Tayo. And you kid.
Ini tayo via.
Tayo.
And you are kids.
Garrick, you into you refer. Into you. You into you refer. Into you into you refer. And you. Into you into you
Greek. Tayo kids. Up. No ear toe.
Inito tayo. In you. And you into you.
Inito.
Into you you and into you and you into
Whoops.
Kids.
and we in you
In what? Tayo.
you tayo ayo repair
In what?
Oh my god, I'm just missing all my guys.
In what? And tayo.
And you are via.
Into you, and into you, girl, into you, and wedge, into you, girl, and into you,
Greek kids via.
into you, and you Garrick, U-E-L. Garrick, into you, U-E-L.
Inito.
And you, U-E-L. Garrick, kid. Into you,
And we.
U-E-L. Into you. And wait. Garrick, into you, and wait. Into you, Garrick, into you. Into you, Garrick, and into you, Garrick, and into you, into you. Garrick, into you, and way, U-E-L, into you, into you, and way, into you. Garrick, ia at you. Ia into you. And into Garrick, into Garrick. Into you. Into you.
Pig. Entayo.
Into you. And Garrick, into you. Into you. No. And you. Garrick. UER. Into you. Garrick. Into you. Into you. And into Garrick. Into you. In UER. And into you. Garrick. Into you. Garrick. Into you. Garrick. Into you. Garrick. In Garrick. Into you. Into you. And wedge. Into you. Into you. And into you. Into you. UER. At you. Garrick. Into you. Ia at you.
Rig.
Anti-Erifir. Hayo. Erifir.
Into you. And wedge. Garrick. Into you. Into you. And into you.
Where are all the gold mines on this map?
Garrick. Into you. And you. At you. In UER. Into you. Into you. UE and into you. Into you. Into you. And into you. Into you. Garrick. Garrick. Into you. Into you. Into you. Into you. Into you. Garrick. Into you. Garrick.
Enriched by a EU kids. Rig.
Into you. And wedge. Garrick. In UER. Into you. And wedge. In the UER.
Enriched kids.
Giraffe.
Into you.
Rig. No.
Garrick. Into you. And into you. EU refer.
Finito by a rig.
And kids there.
In kids by a kid.
In acro in Yahweh. Garrick. In EU refer.
Ugh.
And kid. And into you. UER. In the U. And UER. Garrick. Into you.
I think I'm just dead to this bronze, maybe. No!
Initiate via
Into you. And you. Garrett. Into you. Into you.
Dude, what am I doing? Into you. And which. In you. Into you. And which. Into you. Into you. Into you. And which. Into you. Ugh. Oh, my priest aren't. Why aren't my priests here?
Into you. And into you.
Ini up. Intayu. Aya Ring up.
I can't get an army out. I'm too far behind.
Ring.
I'm in trouble. I don't know, maybe. No, I just can't get. Alright, GG. How long was it? When did I catch it? Look at this. Fuck. 5:30 is when I got the villages started again. I think I advanced to 4:30. That's a whole minute. Is what it is. Yeah, just super far behind because I had no eco. This map was super funky. Like, gold mines all on the side of the map. 2 gold mines in the center. I couldn't get control of that extra gold mine. I think if I had the Migdol finished over here, I might have actually won, but unlucky. He got there in time. Oh. I suck. Hello, State. What's happening, man? Game looked like I had it at one point. Yeah, I think I wasted my locust. I think I was winning that fight. I didn't need to use it. I needed to wait for another fight and then use it on the next fight. I think I would have won then. But yeah, like all the resources are just super far from my main base, unfortunately. Like I had Gazelle just super far away from my main base. He's like right next to his. I don't know. Not to like blame anything, but in that sort of a situation, it makes life hard. Needed to get the farm started or something. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Πρόσταγμα τέκτον. Έτοιμη. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα ορθώς. Βούλομαι.
Am I just gonna get rushed here, or what's happening?
Πρόσεχε. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
What's the way through this? Do I drop two?
Ναι, θηρευτής.
Do I just drop 2 docks straight away?
Μάλιστα. Βούλωθη. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Λεγοστάνη. Βούλομαι. Ορθώς. Παν. Ορθώς. Ορθάνη. Βούλομαι. Παν. Ορθάνη. Πρόσταγμα. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Μες ναι.
Έτοιμος. Ορθάνη. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη.
Λέγε. Ορθώς. Πάνι.
Λέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Βρυτόμος. Λέγε. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθάνη. Βούλαν. Ορθώς.
Έτοιμη.
Πρόσταγμα.
Just gonna start working at that and see what happens.
Θηρευτής. Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Έτοιμη.
Πρόσεχε. Ορθός, πάνι. Έτσι, μάλιστα, έκτον, ρητόμος.
Προς μεταλλεύτη ταπεινός. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα,
Λέγες μεταλλεύς.
βουλ μεταλλεύς. Έτσι, μάλιστα, ναι, πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα,
Πρόσταγμα.
έτσι, μάλιστα, βούλομαι, θρητόμος.
Πρόσεχ μάλιστα. Ναι, στο. Έτοιμοι. Τέκτον.
Λέει πρόσταγμα, βούλομαι, ορφάνι. Έτοιμος. Λέει ορθός, βουλάνι, ορθός.
Έτοιμος. Πανί. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα, βούλομαι, πάνι.
Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς. Λέγε μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Καλβού. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ορό.
Λέει έστω, ναι, βούλομαι. Μάλιστα, βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Έστω. Βρυτόμος. Λέγε έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Προσβρυτόμος.
Ναι.
Τέκτον.
Βούλομαι.
Λέει μάλιστα. Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε,
Προτέκτον.
πρόσταγμα, ορθός, βούλομαι. Λέγε, πρόσταγμα. Λέγε, πρόσταγμα. Λέγε,
Ετέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
πρόσταγμα. Λέγε, πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Ορθό. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Λέγε.
Έστω. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλο. Πάνω. Έτοιμο. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς. Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Έτοιμο.
Πανί. Έτοιμο. Ναι. Έστω.
Έτσι, μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Ορφάνι. Βούλομαι.
Λέει έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Προφυρτέκτον. Λέγε.
Έτοιμη.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έστω.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι, μάλιστα. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Προσάνι. Ναι. Έστω. Πανί. Εσβάκε.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Λέγε.
Λέγε. Εισβολή. Τα
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
προτέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμο.
Έτοιμη.
Έτοιμο. Τέκτον. Λέγε. Θηρευτής. Θρητόμος. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Λέγε. Έστω. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Λέγε. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Λέγε.
Λεϊσμάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμος. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Λέγε.
Έτοιμο. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Βούλο. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα. Ποσανή.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έστω. Τέκτον. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Μαθρητό.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Βούλο. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Θρητόμος.
Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε. Ναι.
Προστάγμα.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Πρόστα. Τέκτον. Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Έστω. Προάνι. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Ορθός. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Πρόστα. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής. Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Έτοιμη. Έστω. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσεχε.
Τέκτον. Έτοιμος. Βούλο. Τέκτον. Λέγε. Βούλο.
Okay.
Έτοιμος.
Λέγε. Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
So we go heroic age, and he's gonna be very all in here. So I need to start spamming dudes. I don't know what he's gonna be all in with, but he's only on 2 TC.
Πρόσταγμα.
So we just have to hold on for dear life. And just get a huge amount of buildings up. And he's just gonna try and get me here, right? Maybe on the top side, I don't know.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Nope, over here.
Ναι.
Τέκτον. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Έτοιμος. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Διτριτέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έφανη. Βούλο.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Θρητό. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα, πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος.
Χώρο. Λέγε, ορθός. Έτοιμος. Καλώς. Ισμάκη. Χώρο. Καλώς. Πάνω. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός.
Έτοιμοι. Βούρμε τα
Έστω, ναι. Το σάκορο.
Λέγε,
προς μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Προς Γρητό. Λέγε προς μάλιστα. Ναι, μεταλλές. Έτοιμοι. Βούρμε τα
πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Λέγε, έτοιμος. Λέγε, εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Καλώς. Λέγε, πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Έστεκτον.
Πρόσεχε.
Βούλο. Έτοιμος. Είναι γρητόμος. Γρητόμος. Έτοιμος. Εισβολή. Χώρο. Καλώς.
Προσέκτον.
Έτοιμος.
Χώρο. Καλώς. Σμάχ. Καλώς. Εισβολή. Χώρο. Πρόσταγμα.
It's a hold.
Έτοιμοι. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε, παν. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός σμάχη.
Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Μανί. Ναι.
Λέγε, προς εισβολή. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Χώρο. Καλό. Σμάχη. Λέγε, πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε, εισβολή. Χώρο. Καλό. Εισβολή. Σμάχη. Καλό. Χώρο. Καλό. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Φρυτόμος. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε, μαγούλομαι. Έτοιμος.
GG Dunison. Oh, I didn't give those. Oh. Too many games tonight. I played too many. I am wrecked. Wrecked Oreno'd. What are we at? 6 hours? Jeepers. 6 hour stream. Look at us go. My smurfing, my everybody knows this is me, right? I'm playing all the weak gods. That's why. Hades very good on this map though. It's an interesting idea, fast second town center, but I guess you just react to it and go your own town center. That's fine. Because you can't fight water, right? He's never going to win water. Not without getting serious damage done. But then the Sentinels comes down. These things are so strong. Okay, hear me out on this. Nah, I'm not going to say it. Nah, don't hear me out on it. I think not. All right, guys. I think I'm done for today. I'm pretty wrecked. I need a break. I need to hop off. I got some other things I have to get done as well before I go to sleep. But thanks everyone for hanging out with me. I'm gonna raid May Shadowfax because he's always raiding me. Clickety click click. Clickety click click. Raid.